Hi guys, and welcome to Dusk Till Dawn. It's day 5 of the World Championship of Amateur Poker, and it is in fact the second day of the record-breaking main event. We're going to be streaming, Leigh and I, through the remainder of today until we're down to 9 players. So we have a final table, and we will be returning tomorrow at 2 p.m. for that final table. So we will be selecting several tables throughout the day. We've selected one already. You can see that in front of you. Leigh will join us in a moment, and we're going to run with this table for 3 levels. That's around 2 hours when the players will take a break, and then we will select a different table. So get your comments into the chat box. You want to show some support for the players. Leigh will also be working his way through the other main event final tables rather, and the other events that we've got going on today. So if there's somebody you want to see, let us know, and we will go and see if we can find out what their chip stack is. Leigh, it's been a super few days here at Dusk Till Dawn, but now it feels like we're down to the business end.
Yeah, absolutely. We are heading that way. Let's give you a quick summary of where we're at, because we started this day 2 with 103 players. But let's just roll back a little bit first of all and say 696 players entered this main event across 2 online day 1 and 4 live day 1. Prize pool of 104,400, as you can see up on the screen. But of those 103 from day 2, well, we're down to 57 now. They've just been on a break, so they're now coming into level 20. It's 40-minute clock here, so blinds are now currently 20,000, 40,000 with a big blind ante of 40,000. As you can see, the average stack is 1.2 million, so about 30 bigs, Des. So it's running, fairly much on plan as we would expect. But of course, our focus is now going to be on this table, which was table 38. Table 38 has now become our feature table, and I'm just going to run you through the. What I'll do, actually, you can. I'll go with the names, and we'll just. Yeah, well, okay, I can do that because I've had a word with the players, so I know where we're going. So in seat number 1, we've got Chris here. He started off with just over 1 million in chips. Seat 2 is Peter Thompson. There's Peter for you. I'll head round the other way to catch the guys.
It's a big staging area, Leigh.
It is a very big staging area. Seat 3 is James Martin. And seat 4, Kip Leader, coming in for day 2. Nobody knew if this guy existed.
I thought he was a bot, Leigh.
He is a real person.
I thought he was a GG bot. No?
Steve Tyers, 3.75 million on GG on Monday night. For those of you that followed the stream, it was an incredible half hour of poker. Got lots of cards against lots of big stacks, and created a monster stack, and is on this table. In seat 5, Steve Frew. Seat 6 will be a familiar face to all APAT regulars. JP Round, been playing APAT for a number of years. In seat 7, Steve Murphy. And in seat 8, I'll go this side to there. We'll get Martin Rafferty in, and then finally in seat 9, about to have a look at his cards, Martin Sheehan.
A lot of Martin, a lot of Steves here, Leigh.
Yeah, Martin got through the Turbo event last night, played both fights last night, nicely chilled out, found himself a hotel room short notice last night. I was chatting to him at the desk yesterday evening, and but managed to bag up just nearly 1.3 million last night. So they are our 9 that we're going to follow on this feature table, Des.
Fantastic. Looks like a good table to kick us off. And of course, a lot of interest in Stephen Tias. 3.7 million on GG, as Leigh said. So we know he can do it online. He got a tremendous run of cards, but he played them well. They held up. That helps, of course. But it seemed like a thoroughly nice chap, Sheffield man, when he turned up this morning. Be interesting to see how he does live, Leigh.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I should say for all you guys at home that are watching, the way we run our streams, we're very much right at the table. We are really close to the players. What you're seeing on the stream is pretty much what's happening here in Nottingham. We don't show whole cards. We just show all the action as it happens, as it unfolds. And what I will say, I'll just move slightly closer to the table so all the table can hear, as we are just going to lose the big blind from this table. So we're streaming on twitch.tv/poker. We're streaming on the APAT Facebook channel, and we're streaming on the APAT YouTube channel as well. So, and you can pop your messages into any of those chat boxes there, and we can get those messages to players at the table if you want to. If you want to shout out for anybody or whoever you're following, let us know, and we will pass those messages on. But bear in mind, when we're in the middle of hands here, because we're right close to the players, sometimes we'll go a little bit quiet whilst the action's going on. We don't want to actually affect anything. Not that they listen to anything we say anyway.
No, I
They're
don't
far
think so,
better
Leigh.
players than us. So.
Leigh, is it too late to buy a piece? Can I type into the chat box, I want 50% of Stephen Tyus? Will I?
Is that who you're after? Yeah. Oh, my money's on JP Round. There's my roommate up here for the week at Nottingham. Yeah.
So guys, this isn't a traditional DTD style stream, of course. As Leigh said, we get right into the action. We are not coming to you with any delay. You're seeing stuff exactly the same time as it happens here at Dusk Till Dawn. We're not showing whole cards for obvious reasons. This is much more of a, how are your friends, family, the community, all of that sort of stuff. It's a little more about that as we zero in on what will be APAT's biggest first prize in the UK. Certainly APAT's biggest prize pool in the UK.
Quickly snap a photo. All right, just going to quickly snap a photo.
And I can just, if you want, I can give you a little update as to where we are with the other tables. This is table 38, effectively. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tables remaining, including this one. So if we go to the first of those, Elliot Crowder, Luke Abbott, Gary Spinks, Irvin Chung, Martin Rafferty, Seth Weber, and Peter Wagner are out in the main cardroom area. That's table 1. Table 2, Charlie Kearns, Scotland, of course. Big Al Armitage, back with APAT. Good to see him going deep in this event. Corey Gill is there. Massimiliano Diato is there. Yanni Curacao, favourite in the community, is there, as indeed is David Amos. Rob Swindles is back playing APAT, and Ross Bennett. So that would be table 25, our second table. Table 26, our third, has Ben Shannon. Tris Chaplin is out there. Robert McAdam, Matthew Newman, David Maguire, Granville Mitchell, Will Stevenson, and Ali Ahmed. So that is table 26. Table 35 has Clive Handy, Daniel Howe, Simon Brooke, Team Talk Simon Brooke. APAT favourite is out there, as indeed is Tom Bacon, Chris Ralston, Lewis Mitchell, Colin Mycott, Ben Sweetman, and Anthony Ross. They make up table 35. Table 36 has Paul Grummett, Orlando Anderson, who had about 1.7, 1.8 million chips late last night, but he lost a few in a late pot, down to 1.3 starting today. He is on table 36 with Neil Wyatt. Simão Gomes, a member of the Portuguese team, who was the runner-up in this event last year. He's out there on table 36. Jake Marsden, Terence Newton, Daniel Fisher, and Robin Cowan. So those are your players on table 36. And the final table, apart from this one, has Dave Potter from Plymouth. Paul Haycock is out there on table 37. Mark Lassman, our own Penguin man, is there as well. Ajmad Mohammed, Mitesh Patel, Bakhtash Parza, Simon Booth, and Ricky Fawcett. So they make up the remaining players in this event. One of them will take down this year's APAT World Championship of Amateur Poker main event and become our World Amateur Poker champion. And we will dip in and out of those tables through the day, but our focus will be on table 38. Just to reiterate, so you've got Chris Shearer there, you've got Peter Thompson, James Martin, Stephen Tyus, Stephen Frew, JP Round, Stephen Murphy, and Martin Sheehan. Those are the players that we're going to be focusing in on for this 2-hour stint. Simon Lawler's already out there, Leigh. Good luck, JP.
So as Des rattled through all the other players there, we can at any point, Des. Obviously, I can scoot on down to the next tier, and if anybody wants, we can go and do a quick kip update live as it happens. But we've got a hand building here. Jack 754 is the board. Players involved are seats 1 and seats 2. So it's Krish with
Krish
action on
and
him
Pete
at the
Thompson.
moment. Yeah. So Krish was on the big blind here, and Pete was under the gun.
Tasty ace on the end, Leigh.
And Krish checked, and Pete fires out a bit of about 100. It's 100,000 into a pot, probably about 250k, I reckon. There goes in the middle. And Krish makes the call. Pete shows pocket deuces, and Krish has ace 6. And
Krish going to take that one down.
That one. Yeah.
That's quite the molten green sea behind the table, Leigh.
Has to drop down a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Need to drop a slight. I have to look at which one it is.
So in addition to the main event, day 2 here, Leigh, we've got a shootout that started at midday. Also, we've got a PLO 8 which started at 1 o'clock, and we've got a win the button which will start in about 20 minutes time. Then we've got a round of each for PLO and PLO 8 at 6 p.m. and 4 cards, no limit hold'em aviation at 8 p.m. So a full card of events running through day 5 of the WCOAP. As it looks like we get a new player to the table, and this will be Gary Spinks.
We'll be on Twitch, yeah. So action so far here, it's Krish in the small blind, Peter in the big blind, and it is James Martin that's raised it up to 100,000. Fold all the way around the table. So we're back round to Peter, big blind. And he's going to call the raise from James. So we're going to see a flop here, Dave. And it's Deuce King 7 of clubs. Check from Peter sees James fire out a little bet at 60,000, huh? And that is enough to get through, and he will win that one.
Take it down. So today's events, Leigh, the shootout, 72 runners. Great field, 88, believe it or not, PLO 8. Fantastic. 24 currently registered for the Win the Button. That goes off in a little while, and that will grow. The numbers have been astounding over the duration, Leigh. We're in day 5. Big numbers. DTD has been full here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's absolutely rocking again today. As we come towards the culmination of the WCOAP for 2023. Lee, I have to say, I don't think we're going to be able to get today's stream without talking about football.
Well, I'm quite happy not to talk about football, but you're not going to help yourself, yeah?
I thought your boys had a fantastic result yesterday after going 2 down.
Des, I'm just here for the poker, my friend. Just here for the poker. Yeah.
Well, with Liverpool and Newcastle coming off at 4:30, going to be a little bit of football on the stream today, folks.
Yeah, that's fair. So one with this hand, it's Peter in the small blind, James Martin in the big blind. Two of the Stevens have got out of the way, but JP Round has raised it up to that's 90,000. The final Steve gets out of the way, as does was it Gary? Did you say Gary?
That is Gary. Yeah, Gary Spinks.
Yeah. So we're around to Krish's button now. Let's see what Krish is going to do. And he folds. So just the blinds to get through for JP. Peter being first. So blinds are 20,000, 40,000. So JP's raises to 90,000.
It's a big old table.
And Peter says I raise, and he's making it 300,000. James Martin quickly makes a fold, so action back round on JP. He's reaching for a stack of those pink chips. The pink chips are 25,000, the yellows are 5,000.
Are these calling chips, Lee?
They certainly are. So 2 players are going to see a flop here. And action will be on Peter. Here it comes. And it's Queen, Ace, King with a couple of diamonds there. And Peter makes a bet of 200,000. Decision on JP. And he calls.
Get a tasty, Lee.
It's 4 spades on the turn then, Des.
It's not going to change anybody's hand, I wouldn't have thought.
Peter says I'm all in.
Wow.
The all in triangle heads his way. So it's decision time for JP, and I think Peter's going to have JP covered. Maybe it's a bit close stack wise. Peter's all in. JP makes the call, and it's Ace Queen for Peter. It's Ace Queen for JP.
Wow.
And we'll watch the river card. Yeah.
Wow.
There we go. We chopped that up.
Excitement
for you, Des. Excitement.
Lee, are we going to have to put your spicy chicken pasta on wheels today? Is that
Yes.
is that the plan? I think we have a table over here that can actually do it as well. Look.
We'll be good. We'll be good, I think. It is nice. It's lovely to have a bit of space around us. We can properly move around the room, move around the table. But say what we should say. I mean, let me show you what we've got. This is the rest of the card. So this whole middle tier here is still main event, and then down on the bottom tier, watching the football, is the PLO 8 game, and then the shootout is playing out up on the top tier at the moment. But of course, our focus. Let me get you a good view of this screen here.
Oh, look at that!
Dusk Till Dawn with our feature table on go, and on we will go. And the next hand has got James Martin in the small blind, and our chip leader from the start of day 2, Steve, in the big. It will be Steve Prue to act first. He folds, so round to JP, who's just chopped up that last hand. He folds as well. Not really seen Steve Murphy yet, but he's, just as I say that, he's all in. Gary folds. Round we go to Martin Chia, and he's out the way. One of the, I think probably the shortest stack at the of this table, Steve Murphy. Is he going to get this through? Just got the blinds to get through. He's going to get through James Martin. What about our chip leaders? Looking for a count on this. And no, doesn't like the look of them. He's not really looking to play non-suited, not quite connecting cards with a deuce as a low. So he's not that type
Didn't get
of player.
all of those chips on GG by adopting that style of play, Lee.
No, absolutely not. So we're down to 51 runners now in this main event, playing down to a final table of 9 today. And we haven't talked about it yet, Des, but let me briefly talk about the payout, because we've got over 100,000 in this prize pool, which is absolutely incredible. But not sure that I'm catching all of that. Yes, I am just about there. So min cash £300, but let's look at the final table. So £2,000 minimum cash for that final table. Then it goes 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 1, 5, 7, 10,000 for second, and 15,000 up top for our eventual champion.
Superb.
Did you see that sweep there, Des?
Oh, it's
the World
very
Series.
I admire
the World
that.
Series pay a fortune for
They've got a man on a jib, Lee.
Yeah,
comes in with a crane. And
so Steve Murphy is all in again. There's a raise from JP under the gun, though. He's made it 90,000. Steve Murphy has gone all in, I think. I've gone through here. I think JP's going to have to call, and he does make the call. So on the back, it's Queen Jack of Hearts for JP. It's pocket sixes for Steve. It's the sixes that are going to be at risk. 8, 8, 10 is the flop with 1 heart. King gives other outs for JP that Steve needs to avoid. And it's another 10 to counterfeit the board, but it's going to split though, because the King's going to play as well. So 10s, 8s with King, so the board plays for both of them, and they'll take the chips back. JP says too many outs. Well, plenty, but also other options as well. So next hand is going to see Steve Prue in the small blind, JP round in the big blind, which means it'll be Steve Murphy to act first. There's far too many Stevens, Martins, and whatnot on this table. At some point, I'm going to call a player Steve Martin if I haven't already done it. So bear that in mind. Started this this feature table with three Stevens, two Martins, 1 James Martin. Yeah, I mean, somebody's on a wind up here, I think. So we folded all the way around to our British chip leader, who's going to make it 80,000. That's Steve Tyus. Steve through in the small blind folds, just JP rounds to get through in the big blind. JP says he's going to call, so the two players are going to see a flop here. And the flop is Jack 5 Jack Rainbow, check from JP. And Steve makes it 50,000, and very quick fold from JP, and on we'll go. I've looked. As soon as I find one on the next tier, I will sort you out of valet, Krish. I promise.
Our friends from Germany, Leigh GCA Poker, saying I can't hear you guys, but have fun. We were quiet there for a couple of minutes, but let's just confirm, Simon Lawler, if you're out there, what does the audio sound like to you? Can you just let me know whether you can hear my audio and also Leigh, his audio? So just let us know. Everything seems to be registering fine, but we just need to be sure.
Yeah, it's always good to double check. I can see audio levels going up when I speak, so that's
Absolutely.
a good sign. So we will see. So folding around here, it's JP small blind, and it's Steve Murphy in the big blind, and it's gone all the way around to Steve Through's button. He makes it 80,000. So just the blinds to action to come. JP folds. What's Steve going to do?
Diffix says, go Martin.
And Steve Murphy is going to be all in. Steve Through's asked for a count, so we're just going to do that now. And it's 280,000. Steve Through says I call. It's 10-9 of spades for Steve Through. It's ace jack for Steve Murphy. It's the ace jack at risk. Queen deuce 4 on the flop. Another deuce on the turn. And a 4 on the river means the ace is going to play, and it's going to be a double up for Steve Murphy.
He needed that, Leigh.
Yeah, he's got his chips in the last few hands, and chopped up the one, and has now got the double up that he wanted. Nice hand for Steve Through to play there, though. Nice to connect his hand. Looking to bust out one of the short stacks. Can quite understand why you take a pop with that. There are green chips on the table. I should make that point. I'm not sure what the denomination are. I'll go around and have a look and see. There's a few of them that have got them. Let me see if I can find out what they are. I didn't call that one out earlier on. I'll go and have a look at the chip leaders stack because he's got plenty of them. So they're 100k chips for greens. So there you go. Brilliant. So yeah, so to anyone just joining, the yellows are 5k chips, the pinks are 25k, and the greens are 100k. 50 runners left in the WCOAP 2023 main event. This will play down to a final table of 9 today. £104,400 in the prize pool. 696 runners. 103 came back for day 2, and we're down to 50 now. Lost half the field already since midday. There's flying through them.
Absolutely. 15k up top, Leigh, for the winner. The APAT WCOAP bracelet, and of course medals for the top 3 as well.
But what we should say is the guys are on a 40-minute clock today. We also rolled back the level, so they started at level 17, which was 10,000, 20,000. Yep. So which is it's kind of a 33 big blind average.
Yeah.
That's plenty of play in all of this.
Yeah, it's really just playing out nice and slowly, really. We haven't seen
Yeah,
too much drama
absolutely.
here.
Well, also, I'm going to quickly show you our current player of the series, Des.
Okay.
Currently doing one of his vlogs.
He gone a bit blocky there, Leigh, but there we go. It's Mr. Thorpe. Wow. Peter Thorpe there, of course, 2 bronzes earlier in the series.
So Gary Spinks gets a double up there, pocket queens against the ace-4 of Steve Tice. So Gary much needed double up there with the queens and gets that one through. So this next hand is Gary in the small blind. It's Martin in the big. Krish gets out the way, first to out. Decision on Peter, and looks like he's reaching some chips. And he makes it 90,000. James Martin folds, as does Steve Tice. Steve Fruit is going to make the call. And JP's having to think about this. Guys are on a shot clock here, Des. So, and JP says raise to 220,000. Steve Murphy folds, as does Gary. Martin gets out the way. So we're back round to the original raiser here in all of this, which was Peter. He's going to fold. Decision then on Steve Fruit. And he calls, so it's going to be 2 players to see a flop here, Des. And the board comes Jack, Ace, 10, rainbow. So Steve checks and JP has a think and decides a bet of 300,000. Very quick fold from Steve before JP even finished counting those out. And JP Round is going to take that one down.
He's been active, hasn't he, Leigh? We haven't seen too much of our chip leader in comparison, but JP's been involved in a number of hands already.
He has. It's obviously when you're pretty deep, as we're just going to lose lose a player here, and it's going to be Krish who's going to step away from this table as we keep balancing the tables. TD Simon here doing a cracking job, as always. Fueled by his love of the game and people. So hopefully Krish will have more luck finding a valet back down on one of the other tables than up here. So
did not work out from up here.
Yeah, but we might well see Krish back at this feature table later on. Going to need to take his chips with him. That's part of the deal. Off he goes. So I've got a raise here from Steve Fruit, has made it 80,000. And Martin out the small blind decides to make a call. Peter folds his big blind, so we're going to be 2 players to see a flop here. And it's 8-King-7 with a couple of clubs on board. Action on Martin, first of all. He bets 60,000. And Steve raises it to 225,000. Decision back on Martin in seat 9. Just confirmed how much it is, and he is going to call Des, so we're going to see a turn card here. Nine hearts on the turn. And Martin makes a bet of 125,000. And Steve's going to let that go. And Martin's going to pick up, probably, might well be his first pot of this feature table. Yeah, he's giving me a nod. He's giving me a nod, so it was. I thought it was. I thought it was.
He's got a few supporters out there, Lee. I'm sure Martin will win this. Come on, you Tiger. Whoa, come on, you Tiger. I like that.
Is that Martin's nickname, is Tiger?
It might be. It might be.
He's nodding. He's nodding. Yeah, so it is. Okay.
He likes that.
Okay. We're learning stuff here. We're learning stuff. So on we go. So it's Martin's button this time. So it's going to be Peter in the small blind. It is going to be James Martin in the big blind. First to act will be Steve Price in the blue hoodie. He folds. Steve Fruit folds as well. Round we go. JP round. He folds. Steve Murphy. He's still probably the short stack of this feature table, Des. Going to pop up a little bet there of 120,000. Gary Spinks just have a double up the queens not a lot ago. Next to act. And he's going to fold. Round we go then to the Tiger. The Tiger gets out of the way. Over to the blinds. Peter very quickly folds. So James Martin in the big blind. and he's going to fold. So Steve Murphy is going to get that through, I think. And the shorter stack at this table adds a nice few chips. Blinds are at 25,000, 50,000 now, Des, with a big blind ante of 50,000. So there's 125,000 in the middle here every single hand we play.
Every hand, and that's going to cost some people their seat, Lee. And I can just update you on some exits over the last 15 minutes. So Paul Monaghan is gone. Gareth Gardner is gone. Guy Collins out. Chris Whitney out. James Broderick is gone. David Johnson is gone. Christopher Herve is gone. Paul Grummet gone. Orlando Anderson, who was close to 2 million last night, out. Let's have a look. Mark Lassman, the Penguin, is no more. Mark is out. Robin Cowan is gone. Yanni Karasu, unfortunately, gone. Martin Rafferty, out. Simon Brookley, gone. The blinds wait for no man, no woman, I'm afraid. And there's been a raft of exits relatively early on this day too, as we look to reduce the field down to 9 players. We will close with 9 players, our final table. They will come back guaranteed £2,000 at that point. They will come back tomorrow at 2 p.m. to play the final table out, and of course we will be covering that live from DTD for you.
Yeah, so that hand was under the gun +1, raised to 100,000 from JP Round and folded round, so he picked up the 125k in blinds and ante.
You're going to keep playing here, folks.
So next hand is going to see James Martin on the bottom. It'll be Steve Tice in the small blind, Steve Frew in the big blind. So action first on JP Round, who folds. Round we go to Steve Murphy, who gets out of the way. Gary Spinks, bottom of your screen, is back to you in the white hoodie. He gets out of the way as well, as does Martin Chin. Peter's not interested in those cards, so we are round to the button. So we're going to be blind on blind here, and I think Steve Frew's going to go the walk. He does.
I'll take it. Lee, why don't we take a little look at the other tables? Do you want to go player by player, just on the remaining players in the field?
Tell me where you want me to go.
Okay, well, I'll tell you where we'll go to. Why don't we find our way down to table 25, Lee? We'll do 25, 26, then 35, 36, 37, and obviously 38 is our feature table. Charles.
So I'm going to 25, am I?
Yeah, Charlie Kearns should be in seat 1. 25.
I'm 25?
That's what they tell me here, Lee.
Hang on, bear with me.
And we'll just give your camera a minute to settle down from that race down through DTD. Okay, so I can see that you're down there. We'll just wait for your frame rate to. We'll just wait for your frame rate to pick up for a second. Okay, let's see if this works. So this is table 25, guys. Seat 1 here is Charlie Kearns, Scottish international player. Seat 2, Alan Armitage. Miguel, a long-term APAP player. Corey Gill is in seat 3. We've lost your frame rate, Lee. This might not. There we go. There's Corey. Seat 4, we've got Massimiliano Diatto. Seat 5, we've got Seth Weber. I'll tell you what, you've frozen on me, my friend. Why don't you do a reconnect? I'll just come back to the feature table, and I'll go back to you when you've reconnected, Lee. That might just free up your bandwidth. Just a hello to everybody from GCA Poker. You can see that we've been raided on Twitch. Lovely to see you guys join our stream here from the World Championship of Amateur Poker in Nottingham in England. We're on day 5. We are featuring the main event today. We're down under 50 players now. We are looking to get to a final table at the end of today. And the final 9 will come back tomorrow from 2 p.m. UK time, 3 p.m. in Germany. And we're just looking to see if we can take a view of the players remaining on the outer tables. We're just having some bandwidth issues, so I'm waiting for Leigh to reconnect with the frame rate.
I'm here.
Yeah, I see you, my friend. I just don't think your frame rate is there. So just continuing on where we were, Seth Webber there in seat 5. David Amos is in seat 7. Raised for Jack Supremo, of course. Ross Bennett in seat 9. And those are your players on on table 25. If we go to table 26, you've got Ben Shannon, when Leigh gets over there, is in seat 1.
Come on, fatty.
As somebody just called you fatty, Leigh.
Wigglesworth. Blocking the
outrageous, lad. So there we go. That's Ben Shannon in seat 1. We've got Tris Chaplin in seat 2. Long-term APATer and a winner of this title, 9-10 years ago in London. Robert McAdam in seat 4. Matt Newman in seat 5. David Maguire in 6. Granville Mitchell in 7. Will Stevenson in 8. And Ali Ahmed in seat 9. That is table 26. Table 35, Leigh. We're keeping you busy out there.
sending me right down the other end. Right,
yeah.
okay.
Sorry, buddy. I tell you what.
No, we're good. I'm nearly there now. So.
Okay, fair enough. Fair dues. You've got Clive Handy sat there in seat 1. Daniel Howe in seat 2. Tom Bacon, friend of the APAT show, in seat 3. Chris Ralston in 5. There's Tom. Lewis Mitchell in 6. Colin Mayotte in 7. Ben Sweetman in 8. And Anthony Ross, Tony Ross, prolific APATer online, in seat 9. Those are your players on table 35. We can go to 36, Leigh. Fantastic. One of our German players here, and I'm sure the GCA viewers will like this. This is Peter Wagner, still in, still strong from the German international team in seat 1. Irvin Chung in seat 2. Neil Wyatt in seat 3. Samao Gomez, a member of the Portuguese team, in seat 4. Samao finished runner-up in this event last year, so he has form here. Jake Marsden in 5. Terence Newton in 6. And then we go to Luke Abbott in seat 8. And Chris Iyer, who we saw on the feature table a short while ago, is now down there on table 36. One more to go, Leigh. Table 37. And in seat 1, it is Dave Potter from Plymouth, casing online in seat 1. Paul Haycock, very much a friend of the APAT show, in seat 2 with a smile. Ajad Mohammed in seat 4. Bakhtash Parza in seat 6. Let's swing that camera around. There we go. We've got Simon Booth in 7. Elliot Crowder, who qualified here at DTD, Leigh, in seat 8. And Ricky Fawcett in seat 9. So those are the remaining players, in addition to the players at our feature table left in the main event. One of them is going to take down a £15,000 first prize, and of course the APAT bracelet for WCOAP main event champion. The chat box is live, guys, so if you're shouting for any players in particular, you can do that in the chat box. A lot of love for Martin here on our feature table. Come on, the Tiger. And Steph Boyd is out there. Good luck, Alan Armitage. Steph, in the Far East, right? He's probably watching us in Thailand. I hope you're well, my friend. It's been a long time since we saw you at an APAT event. I want to say 2010 Betfair, London Victoria. Just a guess, Lee, but that could have been the last one. Steph Boyd.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Just for the new viewers who have joined us here, we've got Peter Thompson with his back to the camera there in seat 2.
Yes, I'll do a sweep here because we
Thank you, Lee. We've got James Martin in seat 3. Stephen Tyus in seat 4. Stephen was our chip leader coming in today. 3.7 million in chips. Qualified online at GG Poker. Steve Frew in 5. JP Round in 6. Steve Murphy in 7. Gary Spinks just joined us recently in 8. And Martin Sheehan, the Tiger, seat 9. So that's your feature table. We're going to run with this table. Do we have a level and a half to go, Lee, or is this the end of the? I guess the question is, when is the break? Level and a half.
We've got level and a half, yeah.
So we'll run with this table for another level and a half, and then we will put another table on the stream once the players finish their 15-minute break. I have to say the staff at DTD Lee just do a cracking job. We can see a valet here, loads of valets, relatively easy.
I was just having a word. She was just trying to work out where the camera's going to be and whether she'd be on screen or not. So yeah, so didn't want to be in the way of anything. So
yeah, absolutely. But they're brilliant here, Lee, from dealers to waitresses to the floor staff. Absolutely fantastic. They've looked after as well.
They sure have. So anyone who might just be tuning in, we're halfway through level 21 blind for 25,000, 50,000 with a big blind down to of 50,000. 45 runners left, so the average stack at the moment is just over 1.5 million. So that's just over 30 bigs for those. Chips in play at this table, we've got yellow chips, which are 5,000 chips. The pink chips are 25,000 chips, and the green chips are 100,000 chips.
Fantastic. Elsewhere in the card room at the moment, event number 15, the WCOAP Shootout Championship is well underway. We started with 72 runners there. We're down to 22. Quick run through, Lee, just to see if there's any well-known A-patters among them. George Beddy is in there and still playing. Dawn Cook is there. Ricardo Costa as well. Stephen Fisher. Dave Garden, a former WCOAP main event champion, is there. Cathy Garner. Who else? We've got Dave Kingswell still in, Quentin Kwan, Graham Maguire, who has featured in a number of events this week, is there. Naz Mohammed, Dean Pearson, Michael Skitt, Damien Sparks from Northern Ireland is there, James Turner, Sophie Waddingham, Scott Wayne, who took a medal in a tournament on day 2, is there. Quite a good field. Back to you, Lee.
So we've got a new player joining in seat 1, Des, and if you could just confirm who it is, because he's got a stack of about 100k. So it's going to be some action here very quickly.
That'll be Daniel Huff, Lee. How it might be, H-O-U-G-H. Daniel Howe, I think.
Let me get round so we can... There we go. He's got 1, 2, 3. He's got about 4 hands before he's going to be in the big lines here, Des. Meanwhile, we've got two players going to see a flop here. And it's King, King, 9 with a couple of hearts. And it's James Martin and Steve Frew that check it down. So 10 of hearts on the turn. And Steve bets out 100,000. James was on the bottom, and it's Steve's big blind. And James makes a fold, has a quick sip of his beer, and moves on to the next stand.
So it feels like Daniel's just passing through, Leigh, unless he has a little bit of luck over the next 5 or 10 minutes.
He's got a couple of bigs here, so we know at some point he's going to go, right, that's going to be good enough to get them in. I mean, we're not in a situation yet, Des, where there's 43 left, so from a kind of a money jump point of view, they're all guaranteed now £600, but the jumps are still 100 each, so it'll be 7, 8, 9, for the next sort of 20 places. So I don't think we're in a position yet where necessarily the money jump really comes into things.
Yeah.
Not when you're this deep in the tournament. He just needs to, So next hand, we've got Steve Frew in the small blind. It's JP Round in the big blind. Steve Murphy folds, as does Gary Spinks. Martin Sheehan gets out of the way as well. So is this going to be the one?
He's adapted the thinking position, Leigh.
Yeah,
the chips are in.
Those 4 pink chips go in the middle. Peter folds, as does James Martin, as does Steve Tyers. So just the blinds to get through though here. And Steve Frew folds. And JP says, I've got a call, but I think you've got a massive hand. He has got a massive hand. He's woken up with pocket aces, Des. It's Queen 7 for JP. It's the aces that are a risk, though. Here we go. 8, 8, 7. That's going to pretty much dupe unless it's running on a queen and running 7, running 7. And it's not going to be, so that's going to play it out. And, well, he wanted the double up, Des, and he's
didn't have it.
JP kind of called it. He said the kind of the sigh and the look. He said, I think you got a big hand here, and it doesn't get any bigger than aces.
Take that.
Yeah. So what he's picked up there actually, Des, he's picked up obviously double up with the stack that he had, which was 100k, and obviously the 125k that was in the middle. So he's gone from 100k now to effectively it's just over a triple up because of the blinds and the antes as well. So up to 325,000 now, which gives him 6.5 bigs. Yeah.
It takes the immediate pressure off, we'll put it that way. And of course, if he doubles again, Leigh, he's back in the game, right?
Well, he's now given himself a chance to see an orbit here.
Yeah.
And see what plays out. So well done to him.
That's Daniel Howe.
Yeah, so well done to Daniel. So on we go, JP Round, small blind this time. It's Steve Murphy in the big blind. Gary Spinks to therefore act first. Top of your screen, he's going to fold, as does Martin Sheehan. So that's Daniel Howe going to do now. He's having, it's a similar expression to last time, Des, if I'm honest. It's a very similar expression, but the stack of pink chips has gone in the middle. And Peter folds. Round we go to James Martin, he folds.
What's his range here, Leigh?
Folds, and let's see what's going to happen with the players first. Steve Frew gets out of the way, so just the blinds to get through.
Ace 10
JP
up.
folds in the small blind, and what's Steve Murphy going to do in the big blind this time? And he's going to fold. They're all worried, and it's ace king this time.
King. Wow.
Yeah. It was a little bit subtle. The sigh wasn't quite as long as it was for the hand previously. Yeah, but it was close. Yeah, it was close. On a bit of a heater for Daniel Anderson, so it adds to his stack. So that's another 125k. So he's now up to 450,000 in two hands from
Thank you very much.
100,000. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Has Stephen Tynes played a hand, Lee?
Not that I can remember. Yeah.
So
Not that
clearly showing a lot of patience.
Yeah, not that I can remember. Now, guys, it's about time I should mention. Obviously, we're here at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. We've got another day's worth of events going on here and bracelets to give out. But we do have two online bracelet events. They're going to take place next week on Friday night and Saturday night on GG Poker. They're £25 buy-in events.
Super.
PLO on the Friday night, no limit hold'em on the Saturday night. So you can get involved in that. There are satellites running from tonight. You can satellite in from £1 up into a £5 satellite, and then up into the £25 ticket if you want. But we've got a couple of really cool things happening once we finish here in Nottingham, Des, next week.
Yeah.
So on Tuesday, we're running a free roll for UK and Ireland players with 20 £25 seats guaranteed in that added in. The password is available to anybody that's at Dusk Till Dawn. It's up on the screens. It's up on the screen. What, you want to put it out on the stream?
Can you tell me what it is?
Shall I come over and whisper it to you?
Yeah, whisper it in my ear, Lee, so nobody can hear.
It's World Champ.
World Champ.
World Champ.
Okay,
yeah, World Champ.
And where can the players find that password, Lee?
Oh, only if you're at Dusk Till Dawn.
Okay, so
yeah.
You won't have heard that, guys, unless you're at Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah. So, and also on Wednesday and Thursday, they're putting a couple of the super satellites on where they're guaranteeing 10 seats as well into each of those. So loads of value on GG.
And we're back in September, Lee, live, World Championship.
We certainly are. Yeah. Meanwhile, it's folded all the way round to, well, actually, an initial raise from Martin Sheehan to 100,000 under the gun. JP's called on the button. Gary Spinks out of the big blind has gone all in, guys. And it's decision back round on Martin here. He's going to fold. And as is JP. Last time Gary got his chips in the middle, he had pocket queens. So gets that one through though, and nicely adds about 250k to his stack. So on we go. It's Steve Murphy on the button this time. Gary Spinks in the small blind, Martin Sheehan in the big blind. We folded all the way round to JP Ranslow, right round to Steve Murphy's button here. There's only these three players at the end of this table involved, and he's going to make it 110,000. Gary throws in one of the time banks. The guys are on the shot block here. He's given himself another 30 seconds to have a think about this. And Gary says I'm all in. Martin gets out of the way. So decision's back on Steve Murphy. And it's White Hoodie versus White Hoodie here. So Steve throws in the time bank, gives himself another 30 seconds to think about this. Having a little bit of chat between each other, all friendly. says, yeah, I'll gamble. Gary flips over pocket 10 straight away. It's ace 3 of diamonds for Steve. It's the so ace 3 that's going to be at risk here. And it's 5 ace on the flop and 9. Queen on the turn needs to avoid a 10. For a double up, another ace. It's going to be a double up for Steve. We'll just get those counted up.
What is it?
So nice double up for Steve there. And on we'll go. So that's probably left Gary on about 600,000 now, Des, I reckon. So just about 12 bigs, I would say.
Oh, I see. He's rocking an Irish Open hoodie there, Lee. Presumably a player that's played on the circuit.
So next hand, it's Martin Sheehan's small blind at seat 9. It's Daniel in the big blind, and Steve Tyus has raised it up to 100,000. He's folded all the way around now to the blind, so the decision will be on Martin first about the small blind. Looks like he's counting out more than 100k, he certainly is, so he's raised it up. That might be 250 maybe? Yeah, it is, it's 250,000. So Daniel folds is Steve Tyus is going to do. He says,
There
I'm
we
all
go.
in.
There we go. Crikey. That's what we call tight aggressive.
Decision back round on the Tiger. Throws in a time bank for another 30 seconds.
So, I mean, this will be called for his tournament life, Lee, presumably?
Yeah, very much so.
That's a big decision.
In goes a second time bank. Says call. It's going to make the call.
Wow, wow, wow.
So it's ace king for Steve. And Martin does ace queen. And it's going to be the ace queen at risk here. Here comes the board. It's 7-4 ace. Another ace. There's options here for a chop. And a 3 on the turn, and it's going to be a king pick is going to play, and that is going to be into Martin Sheehan. Good run for him though. Going to finish in about 42nd, I think, and
yeah, he's done well.
A big big pot there for our chip leader at the start of this day 2. Steve Hythe. He said to be fairly quiet on this feature table. Well, he's stacking up chips now. That's for sure.
Well, if you play a hand every level or two and do that, Leigh, that's going to see you through the day, I would have thought. I'm looking for Martin there, just timing not right. He sat back down, Leigh. I think he wants to stay. Oh, lucky Martin, he leaves us saying next time. We like that fighting spirit, expected no less. But the tiger growls no more, Leigh.
So on we go then, Des. I don't know where Martin's heading to. I think he's heading to the cash desk. He'll need to pop to the middle tier first of all and get sorted out there.
Yeah. And, you know, well done. Everybody who came back today was in the money. A unique part of what APAT offers with its main events. If you qualify through to day 2, you are in the money.
So a little raise from Steve Fruit gets through that, and he's going to pick up the big blind ante and the other blind, and yeah, and on we go. We've got about 5 minutes left on this level. There's level 21. Then one more level, and the players will be on a break. And we will look to switch the table, yeah?
Absolutely. Are you looking to get your spicy chicken pasta order in before that break, Leigh?
I don't think we'll get it in a 15-minute break, no.
Oh, Leigh. What are we going to do?
We might be on a late one tonight. We might be on a very late one tonight.
Yeah. We'll have to settle for the Twixes. Oh no, I think they're gone. Of course they're gone.
They're gone, the Twixes, unfortunately.
Oh dear. Times are
hard.
hard.
So this is playing out, just looking, so the shootout is kind of coming to its conclusion here.
Let's have a look, Leigh.
Want me to wander, see if we can...
let's have a look at the shootout.
Well, a couple of the games appear to have finished, but let's see what we got. I can see Naz playing heads up here in this one. Everyone that wins their shootout first game gets through to in the money, into the final table. So Naz is playing heads up there. I can see Scott way over there playing heads up in his game. So he's heads up as well. What else have we got here? I recognise this face. Heads up. This one here is still four-handed, Des. This one's still going four-handed.
Wow.
And here's a face you'll recognise, playing heads up in his shootout game.
It's Mr. Beddy.
Yeah.
He has the honour of being the first player to ever exit an APAT event. Leigh, 2006, September, the Broadway. George Beddy, the first one to exit. Got a standing round of ovation.
And of course, TDing the event here in the shootout, the best there is around. Yeah. Oh, hang on, well, questionable maybe now. Never questionable with Will. So let's mosey on back through and back to the feature table. Is that charged?
I would imagine so, yeah. So 8-handed at the moment, following Martin's exit. So players just folding around. So with James Martin now. Stephen Tyus behind him. James looks at his cards. This looks like a small blind, big blind position. James looks like he's going to put some chips in here.
Well, it's actually a raise from Peter on the button to start with, but he's made it 105,000. James Martin's re-popped it up now to 260,000.
Great.
So
okay.
decision round on the Pius and the big blind. He gets out of the way, and very quick fold from Peter on the booze on the button, initial raiser, and James Martin is going to stack up chips.
Nice. Decent shape. Just look at that picture there, the white hoodies in fashion, Lee. That isn't what our merchandising sales told us yesterday.
I've got one left.
You've got one left. XL?
But you're a medium, yeah?
I'm a medium, Lee, but not everybody is as trim and careful as I am.
I think it is an XL. No, we sold out of everything yesterday, which was incredible. So thank you to everybody that bought some merchandise from us. All the profits that we've had from that is going to go split between Heart of Queens, Natalie's organisation that does so much good work, and Talk Club, which is a men's mental health charity that Simon Brooke is heavily involved in as well. So we've talked about both of those on the show on many occasions. So they're going to pick up. I think I can probably say it's going to be about £150 each of profits on the merchandise for the weekend. So hopefully they'll be able to put that to good use. Meanwhile, putting chips to good use is one Gary Spinks, who is all in. Got a few players to get through here. First of all, it's got Peter. Peter says I'm all in. James Martin folds on the button. Just a blinds then to go, and then we're going to see some cards here. And it's 9-10 of hearts for Gary, and it is Ace Queen for Peter. Ace Queen of diamonds. Hard to say on the stacks. 4-9-8 is the flop. One heart, one diamond. 6 of clubs doesn't make any difference. And Jack on the river means the pair of nines for Gary is going to be the winner on that one. And we're just going to get a quick count up and see where we're at, because Gary's got about 4 of the 100k chips. So I don't think Peter's got any of the greens, so it might be done here. We're just going to get a count up. I think it was 615,000 was the count. Oh yeah, Peter did have Gary covered, so double up for Gary, and that's what Peter's got left.
Some news from elsewhere in this tournament, Lee. Bit of bad news for long-term A-patters. Rob Swindell's out from table 25. Same table, Alan Armitage, Big Al, gone, out. Let's see if there were any other exits. Granville Mitchell is gone. Will Stevenson, gone. Amjad Mohammed is gone, and Martin Sheehan, of course, as we saw.
It's going to get even worse for Rob Swindell's, because 84 minutes in and Sheffield United have just equalised against Man City.
What? Really?
It's 1-1, 84th minute.
Wow. Astonishing stuff. Lee, a little bit of good news from the Reds. Liverpool's team's announced for the Newcastle game. Mo Salah in the team, and that generally should mean he's not planning to move away over the next couple of days. So a little bit of good news for Reds fans out there.
That's just you, though, isn't it? You're the only one.
Quite well, possibly, maybe just me, Lee. I'm smiling.
So on we go. Next hand here, it's Steve Frew in the small blind, JP Round in the big one. I should say the blinds have gone up, Des, about 3 minutes ago. So we're now playing 30,000, 60,000 with a big blind ante of 60,000. We folded all the way, right the way round, I think. Yeah, we have. We're round to Steve Frew in the small blind. Steve makes it 150,000 to go, and JP folds.
Somebody in the chat box referred to Steve as a Steve Jobs lookalike. I don't think that's a bad thing. What do you think? I could see it.
And we are down to 41 now. So average stack is 1.7 million. So it's a little bit under the 30 bigs now as a stack. So things have kind of tightened up a little bit here. And what we've been running, we started the day running about 33 bigs average stack, and yeah, we've kind of first time we've just tipped under that 30 mark.
Well, it's got to bite at some point, Lee, right?
Well, yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. I think the structure is nice. So the guys are on a 40-minute clock here, playing our usual full championship event structure, and it is a lovely structure. We've had such good feedback from it in the last year or so. Players absolutely love it. Being in the money for day two just makes a massive difference for recreational players' plans and what you're going to do, and kind of other costs that go alongside coming for a poker weekend. So it helps with all of that. So. It seems to work quite nicely. So Gary has raised it up to, I don't know, he's actually just called under the gun, and it's folded all the way around to Steve Frew, has raised it up from the button and has made it 225,000 on the button. JP Round in the small blind folds, Steve Murphy in the big blind. Decision on Steve Murphy, he's going to fold. So, original limper and Gary Spinks. And he's going to fold. In cheering up Rob Swindell's news, there's no luck. Sooner had Sheffield United equalised than Manchester City, I think, have just taken the lead, I think.
Oh, you've just upset me there, Lee.
They have.
Indeed, they have. Looks like, 88th minute. And in fairness, you look at the possession in that game, the pressure, it is all Man City. Inter Miami with a 2-0 win last night, Lee. Unbeatable now. I wonder why.
I think maybe they just did a little bit of transfer window business, yeah.
Yes.
So it's Daniel, isn't it, in seat one?
It is.
He's all in, under the gun, and Peter's folded, and James Martin's after a count. So I think it's 335,000 dead is the count.
Okay.
And James has made the call. And just the blinds to get through. Only Gary left. I say only Gary, it's obviously it's Gary Spinks, isn't it? It's not just only Gary. 275 is the count, Des, actually. So he's going to fold. It's pocket aces for James Martin. It's pocket sevens for Daniel. The sevens are going to be at risk here, Des. Here we go. Sevens at risk.
What is he, 7-1?
Deuce, 4, 8. King brings another spade, but it's ace of spades out there. And the final king. So we're going to lose Daniel. Daniel.
So Daniel, who came to this table 15-20 minutes ago, he was short. Managed to double up, but his luck has run out here. Stephen folds. Looks like Stephen Fru's going to put some chips in here. He has done. Small raise there. And it's round to JP. Checks his cards. And releases. Stephen Murphy now. He's having to think about it.
So Steve's made it. He's made it 130,000.
Gary Spinks lets that go as well.
As does Peter, so he's going to get that one through. So we're down to 38 runners now, Des. Another 2 exits, and there'll be another little play jump up to 700. Locked up for the players remaining.
Mucho nice.
And we've got about half an hour left at this level. The players will then be on a 15-minute break, and we'll do likewise. Keep the stream running, but we'll take a 15-minute break as well. And don't forget, if you're following somebody in the main event and you want us to go and check their chip stack or pass on a message or wish them luck, whatever, just let us know. We'll try and get down there and see. Players' tables are breaking all the time. We're now down to just 5 tables here.
Yeah, just another couple of exits to record, Lee. Robert McAdam, we saw him on table 26. He is out. And Massimiliano Diato, table 25, is gone also. And of course, we've just seen Daniel exit from this feature table. As the numbers continue to drop, we have 38 players remaining of the 696 that started. Average stack now 1.8 million. I see JP has stepped away from the table. He's been active, it has to be said, in the 2 levels that we've seen so far.
Now, JP was just wondering, Des, that we obviously they're 2 players short on this 900 table, and where we're at the moment, we're 38, so you've got basically 5 tables of 7, and also 2 tables 7 and 3 with 8 at the moment. So that's where we're at. But we're only 2 more bust outs, and we'll be breaking a table. Then we'll be back up to 4 numbers.
Correct.
I'd say the plan is then during the break we will switch the table up and bring some new faces up to this this feature table. So all in the call, it's E6 versus 9-8. E6 Peter against the 9-8 of Steve Murphy. And A6 holes on a Kings and 3 board there, Des.
We'll take that. We will take that.
So much needed double up there for Peter having lost with the hand before. Yeah, little bit of a sweat on there, but all good. And he goes again. And this is kind of the roller coaster that is tournament poker. You can win one, lose one.
Absolutely.
Just got to try and win more than you lose. So on we're going to go. Peter's button this time, which means it's going to be James Martin in the small blind, Steve Tyus in the big blind, and it'll be Steve Frew to act first. He folds, round we go to JP round. He folds Steve Murphy next round. He's going to fold. What's Harry Spinks going to do? Gary just calls, so 60,000 is the bet. Peter's out the way. Just the two blinds then, James Martin and Steve Tyus. James folds a small blind, so option on Steve in the big. Just as a look to see how much Gary's got.
Well, we've seen this story play out before, Leigh.
So he's going to check, so we're going to see a flop for the windows. And it's 3-5 ace rainbow. Goes check. Another ace on the turn. Check again. And 6 of spades is the river card. Check from Steve, and Gary bets 75,000. And he's going to fold. Gary shows ace 5. There's
chunk of that.
So, first football game of the day is over. Looks like a win for Man City, but close at the end now.
I have to tell you, Leigh, despite the talent and despite playing well, they've had a couple of close calls this season already. Clive Handy out, Leigh.
So on we go next hand. And it's Steve Tyus in the small blind, this time Steve Frew in the big blind. JP to out first, he folds. Round we go to Steve Murphy. And he raises it up to 120,000. Gary folds, as does Peter, as does James. Just the two Steves in the blinds. Tyus folds. And I think Steve Frew's going to make a call here, so we're going to see a flop then. And it's 3 ace 7 check from Steve Frew. See Steve Murphy Make a little 80,000 is the bet. And Steve Frew makes the call. So we're going to see a turn card here, which is going to be the 8 of spades. That's down from Steve Frew. And comes check from Steve Murphy as well. So it's the 4 of clubs. On the river there. And we're going to see it get checked down here. Steve Frew check. And Steve Murphy does as well. So show and win. 5 for Steve Frew. Jack 8 for Steve Murphy. So Steve Frew says the head on the flop, but the turn paired the 8 for Steve Murphy, and yeah, wins a nice little pot there.
And there was 36, so we'll break your table. One more exit.
We'll be breaking the table now. I can see Simon loitering around table bacon. Looks like that's a table that's been broken. It's also got Sim Alm on it as well, who obviously ran superbly well last year. Played very well. It's also got Peter Wagner from Germany on that table as well. So they're all about to stack up their chips and slot into the empty seats on the other tables. We're going to get 2 of them, Des. Who's your money on?
Well, I can't tell you who we'll get. It would be lovely to see Peter Wagner come up, I think, the German player.
What do you mean you can't say who we're going to get? You're a medium, aren't you?
Can't say, Lee. I'm not a good medium. I'm not, what is it, Ponsatoni? I can't even say it, Lee.
Does that make you a bad medium?
I'm a really bad groundhog. Ponsatoni Phil, is that right?
I'm the bad end of a medium, yeah.
Yeah. Well. Okay, so we'll tell you who's joining us here.
A couple of players coming to sit down here. Well, Peter Wagner is one of them. There's the short German player sitting in seat number 1.
What a medium.
And you'll hopefully tell me who's in seat 9, Des.
It's Neil Wyatt, Lee.
So Neil in seat 9 and Peter in seat 1.
Excellent.
Just like it wasn't so tough with me with all the Steves, Martins and everything else, they put 2 Peters next to each other now for me as well, just to add to the fun. What could possibly go wrong here?
Lee, you can get over the challenges there, I have no doubt.
Well, we've got 20 minutes of it before we'll then change this table up, so yeah, 20 minutes to go.
Well, you say that, Lee.
Well, I mean, there is an argument. We've had enough new faces on this table. We could just leave it going. Yeah. We could just keep it going, to be honest. Actually, I should.
Just for ease of logistics, the moving stacks around. And then there were 4 tables, Lee. We are down to the last 4 tables.
So raised from Steve Frew here on the button, being called by JP out the small blind. Steve Murphy gets out of the way, so we're going to see a flop here. There's going to be 5-4 with a couple of hearts on it. JP checks, and decision is on Steve Frew. He checks as well, so we'll see a turn card, which is going to be the 2 of clubs. The most inspiring of turns there. That's got JP reaching for a bet of 140,000. What are you thinking here, Des?
I'm thinking iPhone 17, Lee. Ah.
Steve Frew re-pops it to 400,000.
We have come to
JP
play.
says them all in. Steve Frew calls.
Wow.
JP's got pair of fives. It's ace 3 for Steve Frew. Ace 3 has turned a straight, and fives need to pair the board. It doesn't get there, and it's going to be a double up for Steve Frew through JP round.
Well, that hand sort of played itself, Lee, in the end.
So it was ace 3 for Steve Frew, pocket fives for JP, 5 king 4 on the flop, deuce on the turn, chips all go in the middle. No hanging about there by either player.
No. Just one of those hands that we will hear about after the event. Unlucky for JP, but he takes it stoically.
Best to leave it with the beaver. So yeah, huge hand. Unfortunately, JP the wrong side of it, but for Steve Frew, that's a nice.
That absolutely is.
Yeah, it's going to leave JP on. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5. JP just over 500,000 now. So it's going to be about 8 or 9 bigs, maybe something like that.
Okay, well. In some respects, it makes
life
just easier.
Confirm what the count was from the dealer. What was the count on the stack? 860 was the count. So that's what is doubled up for Peter, which sorry, for Steve Frew. Sorry, shouldn't I? So that's huge. So on we go. 15 minutes left of this level, and then the guys will be on break. And with those couple of exits, there's 30,000, 60,000 is the blind at the moment, with a 60,000 big blind ante. Average stack now is just over 1.9 million, so we're just up above that 30 bigs again. It should run along those kind of lines.
Absolutely. And just to let you know, Lee, the player that we lost that enabled us to break down to 4 tables, Ali Ahmed, out.
Excellent. Who's out there, Des? Who have we got in the chat? Who's about?
Well, it's very quiet Sunday afternoon. People are watching the football. It's very, very quiet in the chat. We're not seeing a lot of comments. If you're up there and you want to say hello, please do. If you'd like to see one of the other players on a table, we can organise that. Blimey. We're taking fire from somebody else, Lee. Flip your camera on, let's see.
I think Ben Sweetman has just gone. Paul's all in there as well with 7s. So Paul Haycock's all in with 7s.
Let's come back a little bit.
Players got queens.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
And there's 10-9 in there as well, which is Ben Sweetman. It's all gone in on the flop. Which way was the flop go? 7 with 7 high. So Paul's flop top set. Money's all gone in, and the queen's hit on the turn. And we're just doing a count on that. That's going to be a huge pot. That's the player that's got the queens. And I'm pretty sure they're doing a count. Paul thinks he's probably got him covered here. He's walking away. Flop top set and gets called by the queens, and the queens get there.
Wow.
That's on the outer table. That's the player. In seat 6, Des.
Yeah, let's see if we can get him, Lee.
And yeah, he's got both the players covered. So both Ben Sweetman and Paul Haycock at the same time, same hands. Pretty brutal.
Baktesh Parza, who has just done that. Started with 300k, Lee. He has grown exponentially today. Wowzers.
I mean, you can understand the shout of yes when the queen hits on the turn, because he's got it all in on the flop there, and he's massively behind. Only got 2 outs. The emotion empties. And so, bit of action here, Des, because Peter's all in. That's Peter Thompson. And who's asking for the count? It's our chip leader from the start of this day 2. Steve Tyus is asking for a count here. And there's plenty of players left still in this hand. JP's still in this hand. Steve Murphy's still in this hand, as Barry and Neil. So lots of action still to come yet. But first of all, Peter Thompson is all in. Steve Tyus folds in the end after asking for a count. Round we go then. And JP is all in.
Wow,
JP
here we
Rand
go,
is all
folks.
Steve Murphy gets put away.
Gary. Action. Gary's interested.
Yeah. He's going to find just Neil, who's in the big blind. He's going to fold. So it's going to be JP's hand at risk. It's ace 3 for Peter. It's pocket 8s for JP. Ace 3 of diamonds. Jack 8, 7. And a 5. And actually, I think it might be 6 on the river. I think Peter's pretty convinced it was covered. Just need to count this up and double check. JP thinks that Peter's got him covered, so Peter was literally grabbing his coat, I think, but I think he might have some chips left here. Granted, it's not going to be many, but he's going to have some. Just counting up JP's stack there. I think 580 is the count, I think.
Peter stood there.
See what that leaves Peter with. I mean, it really is.
It's got a few. It's a small stack. It's about that much.
It is about that much, which is about.
What is that, about 100k?
120,000, I think.
120k.
Yeah, so a couple of bigs. And so JP, after losing one hand, does get to double up, and that's going to put him back over the million mark. Average stack is 2.1 million, so he's creeping back in the right direction. And this is what this tournament poker is all about, isn't it? The swings of it. It's,
absolutely.
You just have to go on the journey and take each knock as it comes, and as chips come your way, try and hold on to them.
Oh, Leigh, this is so much like late night talk radio. We saw Ben Sweetman and Paul Haycock go out. Anthony Ross has joined them on the rail as we continue to move towards the final table.
Down to 33 then. Quick change of dealer, and we're ready to go again. So for anyone just joining us, this is the day 2 of the World Championship Amateur Poker 2023 main event. Started this with 696 runners across 6 day 1 flights, 2 online with GG Poker and 4 here at the wonderful Dusk Till Dawn Poker Club in Nottingham. 103 bagged up chips for day 2, and of those 103, we are now down to 33 of them. Guys are all locked up, £700 in cash.
£700 goes to 827.
So, yeah, and then when we get to that final table, it's £2,000 min cash for that final table. Up top, well, it's 7,000 for third, 10,000 for second, and £15,000 up top for the winner. Plus, of course, the APAT gold, silver, and bronze medals, and for this event, the very bespoke WCOAP 2023 main event champion bracelet.
Are we selling those, Leigh?
Well, what we should also say for the winner is also going to pick up a UKPC seat courtesy of GG Poker for January here in Dusk Till Dawn, a £560 seat as well on top for the winner. So all in the call, it's ace 9 up against pocket queens, ace 9 for Peter, and it's James Martin with the queens. I think it is. It's going to be the ace 9 at risk if I've got this the right way round. I think I have. So we'll get in here and see this ace 9 at risk. which is Peter Thompson. 8-6 deuce rainbow. Let's see the turn card. 10 on the turn, so 7-4, an ace on the river for Peter. And it's a 9, not going to be good enough. I'm going to lose Peter in 33rd, I think. What a great run from him. So, run around a bit, he will go and collect his cash for that. And James Martin will add to his stack.
Oh, I tell you, Paul Panther is out there, Lee. He says, let's go, Peter. And he did. This is Peter Wagner. Let's go, Peter, GCA right. Poker.
Let me get in there and give you a shot of Peter's stack then, if they're asking. There we go. That's Peter quite happily with his stack. Killed at this feature table. Obviously, we saw him earlier on the week representing Germany.
Pride of Team Germany if he takes this one down late.
So 6 minutes left of this level, Des, and then the players will be on a 15-minute break, which is exactly what we will do the same on the stream. We'll keep the stream running, but we'll go on mute for 15 minutes whilst everyone takes a bit of a break. So if you want to get the kettle on at home or, grab something to eat quickly, now's a good time to start making those plans. So folded all the way around here to Peter Wagner in the small blind. So James Martin in the big.
So he's having a wee think about this, Lee. Of course, he's just moved to the table, so we haven't seen a lot of Peter's play through the day.
Yeah, he's raised it up to 180,000. So decision on James Martin. And James is going to make the call. A big old table here, so the dealer has to, so the players need to throw those chips in a bit closer, make life easier. So it's 9-10-3 is the flop there, Des.
Yeah.
One in club, one diamond, one heart. Decision left on Peter. He's declared a bet. I think it's 250,000.
Looks like a pretty immediate response here. Although we're grabbing our cards now, perhaps not.
James has counted them out, and James says, "I'm all in." And Peter's going to call.
And there's a call.
James has got King 10. It's Queen 10 for Peter. So Queen 10 for Peter, King 10 for James. Let's see the turn. Queen 10 at risk. Jack on the turn. It's now flip-flopping. Yeah, so let's see what the river is. 6 on the river. Wow. And King 10 is going to beat. We're going to lose Peter in 31st place.
Unlucky, our German friend. Great effort, of course, over a day and a half. And he will go off and collect his cash.
Collect his money, and James Martin, that's a 2 on the bounce there nowadays, isn't it?
It is indeed. Peter Wagner just taking a sip of his water, collecting his thoughts. He'll be disappointed, of course. But he's had a great week here at the APAC World Championship of Amateur Poker. Team Germany taking a bronze medal in the international team event, and I know they've had deep runs in lots of the other events also. Service. action continues here.
It does.
Guys.
So who would have thought James had such a dislike for people called Peter? Bust 2 Peters in a row. Yeah, yeah. Looking a bit sheepish about it,
It's
but yeah.
becoming a bit of a trend, Leigh. He's becoming a bit serial Peter out-ish. We've also lost one Tom Bacon from table 25. So quite a few well-known A-patters have been eliminated over the last hour or so.
Oh, Neil raises it up to 130. Just the blinds to get through, James and Steve Tyus. I think Steve's going to make the call out of the big blind. He is. So Steve, Tyus and Neil are going to see a flop here, Des. Jack 3 King with a couple of spades down there. Check from Steve. And Neil bets out 150,000. And that's called by Steve, so going to see a flop alongside a turn, and it's going to be the 8 of hearts on that turn. Check again from Steve. And Neil checks this time, so the river card is going to be a 7 of hearts. And pretty much the clock's come to the end of this level, Des, so this will be the last hand.
Okay, guys, so after this hand, we will be going on a break. And Paul Panther, who's our friend Sasha, says now comes the German community, just as we lose Peter Wagner.
So Steve bets 300,000.
Wow, okay. Actions with Neil.
And he's going to let it go. And that'll be Steve picking up the last one of this level. Players are on a 15-minute break, Des. I think we will do likewise, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. So we are on a break for 15 minutes. You can see the countdown started there. We will leave the stream on. We will turn the audio off. And we'll see you in just under 15. Welcome back, guys. The players just returning from break. We shall be back underway in a couple of minutes. So plays back underway now. We're going to see a flop. There we go. Looks like a queen. 8-8. Looks like James Martin against Neil. I'm going to see another card on the turn. It's the 9 of clubs. And James will commit some chips. Action back on Neil now.
Yeah.
And we're going to see a river here.
So the board is now Queen 8894, Des.
Fantastically. James Martin and Neil Wyatt in this hand.
1.2 million in the middle here, Des. And so that's from James, called instantly by Neil. Pocket kings to James, and Neil shows a queen.
James is
$500,000 was the bet from James. Got instantly called by Neil, and that's a huge pot for James Martin. That's about maybe 2.2 million, I think, in that pot there. Look at the chips there.
Yeah, he's been on fire over the last hour, Lee. So those blues, 100,000, Lee, right? The pinks, as we look at them, 25.
Sorry, did you say the blues?
Are they blues? They look blue. What would you call them? turquoise.
They're as green
are they
as
green?
you can get.
Are they green?
Don't you think they're blue? They're green. By like an absolute mile. Honestly.
I don't know, Lee.
Steve's hoodie is blue, Des. Honestly. And
Blue.
those
What?
chips are green.
Steve's green hoodie.
Yeah. It's like that. It's that blue gold dress thing going on. I think that's what it is.
Might be.
Yeah, so.
I think it might be, Lee.
Yeah. So anyway, we're at level 23. Blinds of 35,000, 70,000 with a big blind ante of 70,000. We're down to 28 runners now. So lose one more, and we will be refilling these seats. Who's going to sit in Peter and Peter's seat from earlier on, Des?
Indeed. Well, we have lost a couple of players since Peter Wagner went out just before the break. Krish Ewer, who we saw on the feature table at start of play today, is gone. Irvin Chung, gone also.
So Neil's made it 150,000. Just the blinds to get through. Steve Crew in the small blind and JP Round in the big blind, and he's going to get that one through. So Neil lost some chips, but he's wins that little pot. Neil joined the table quite nicely. In fact, probably was sitting on about I want to say probably about 3.5 million before that hand with Jones, I think. But as you can see, he's still got a stack of 20 those green chips. So that's 2 million to start with. So he's probably still got about 2.8, maybe nearly 3 million chips there. So you might have heard the dulcet tones of Will there, the TD, asking the shootout players to return to the top tier, so they're going to be getting ready to do that final table.
Absolutely.
I will nip over there and show you who you've got once we're ready to go. So.
Further dueling to happen. Lee, you could do me a favour. I don't know if this is possible. We've got Annabelle Ryan out there. Which table is Ross Binnett on? Can you say hi from her? Ross is actually on table 25. He's in seat 9. Is he... Can you... Get to him.
Ross is in table 25, seat 9.
25, seat 9. Let's see if we can show Annabelle Ross and a hi to him as Lee goes out onto the floor. There you go, guys. This is how we do things here.
That'll be Ross then. Yeah. And Annabelle says hi.
Oh, we get a coy little wave. Thank you, Lee.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, who's Broody? This will be Peter Wagner, I'm sure. Busto. Busto is right. So, guys, we have 28 players left. Average stacks just shy of 2.5 million. It's a lot of chips.
Yeah, and our big blind average now is kind of creep back up to sort of nearly 35 bigs there nowadays, which is nice.
Yeah. Could you estimate what Stephen Tighes has in his stack, Lee?
Well, I'm not even sure he's necessarily our chip leader anymore.
Well, we commented that he was playing apparently pretty tight, got a little more involved in the last level, but certainly has been patient.
He's probably got still 3 million in the greens, and then he's got another million in reds, so he's got just over 4 million, maybe 4.2 million, something like that. I would suggest.
So a little bit of profit on the day. Long-term A-patter, Don Roberts, big West Ham fan. Good luck, Neil Wyatt. Hope you're well, Don. Lee Wyatt is stood pretty close to me here on the rail as Neil takes his seat 9 on this table.
I think probably James is now playing just over 4 million, I think.
He's come back well, Lee. He's had a big last level in particular, last 40, 50 minutes.
Yeah, James is playing just over 4 mil. Steve Frew has got at 1.8, 1.9 million. JP's probably got about 1 million there. Meanwhile, there's a raise from Steve Murphy on the bottom here, and he's raised it up to 160,000. Gary Spink has made the call, and I think Neil's going to make the call as well. So both lines are in here, so we're going to see a flop here, though. And it's 5-7 deuce with a couple of clubs on board. And decision on Gary, first of all, he checks.
What a shot, Lee. It's like you knelt on the table.
So Neil's checked as well. So this action background on Steve Murphy, who's counting out some chips here, though. Might be 230,000 is the bet. Gary has a little look down at his one back he's got. There's another look. 5 seconds left on his time, and decides to fold. And Neil has another look down, and he's going to fold as well.
That's a go.
And Steve Murphy is going to win that one. And on we go. Okay, one more bust out, and we'll be breaking another table, and we'll then fill these other seats. So what I'll do, Des, as soon as this hand plays, I'm going to quickly scoot next door to see the shootout final table and give you a quick look.
We're at the final table. Awesome. Yeah.
So if you can bring that one up ready to go. I think it's on 60, maybe 64 or 65. I don't want to miss any of the action here, so I'll be as super quick as soon as this folds around. It's a race from Steve through that's been called by Becky. James Martin quite rightly getting chastised for not pushing his chips far enough into the middle of the table. Yeah. Not only does he dislike Peters, but he's got an issue of pushing his chips across the line. Honestly, that guy there, look, this guy here, he's the one with the problem. He's got a flop of 5-3-10, and it's John Check-Checker. You can see a deuce on the. I didn't go. 100 was the bet. Thank you very much. I should pay more attention. And a deuce on the turn. Too busy laughing at James Martin, to be honest. It's far more entertaining. We're all
some chips.
375 is the bet from Steve through, and action back round on Gary here. And he's going to fold. Right, so as I promised, let me go and show you the shootout.
Let's do it.
So it's very quickly. Round I go.
There we go. Travel with Lee, guys.
Are you going to give me a rundown, yeah?
Yeah, if you go to seat 1, Lee, it's Gavin Johnson sat there. Then we've got
in seat 1.
Long-term A-patter George Betty in 2. Scottish International long-term A-patter Naz Mohammed in 3. Former APAT WCOAP main event champion Dave Garden in 4. Recent medal winner Scott Wayne in 5. We've got Quintin Kwan in 6.
Already won a bracelet so far this week. Got to give a quick shout out to Quentin. I picked up a bracelet last night.
Wowzers! Let's have another one.
About it as well.
Let's have another one, please.
Not wearing it. No, not wearing it. But,
that's the roof. And here is long-term A-patter Dawn Cook in 7. We like Dawn very much. And long-term A-patter Dean Pearson of Eat My Stack fame in 8. What a table.
What a final table.
That's
that
a
final
fabulous
table is brought to you in association with Will, everybody's favourite tournament director.
Will Travel.
He's here all week, folks. He's here all week. There we go. That's the shootout, guys.
Leigh, just a request from me. Could you show me how the football's going? Maybe you could just train your camera on that for...
Can't at the moment because I've got
We've got
JP
action.
all in here. Count's been asked for, and it's Steve Tyus that's asked for the count. So JP is all in, Des. He shoved from under the gun +1. Steve Tyus is in the big blind. 980,000 is the count. Steve's got 5 seconds to make a decision, and he's going to let them go. JP just slides those cards across the line.
Calm as you like.
Yeah, so there we go. What you after? So, update on the score?
No, I can see the score, Leigh. I was just being facetious. I thought you would hold your camera up to the telly for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. So there's a little bit of the glorious reds.
Do you not remember
glorious
the conversation?
Greens.
Do you not remember the conversation earlier on? I said, you're going to want to watch the football at 4:30.
Oh, I'm calm, Leigh. I am calm. I saw 3 or 4 minutes of it in the break. I liked what I saw.
Excellent.
Oh, what a man.
Tom Brady
It's
bringing
APAT's
Des
Tom Brady.
That's what we like.
I think I might be in the game shortly, Leigh. He's bringing me up some chips.
Nice. Why not? Why not indeed? So for anyone just tuning in, because players have been back now from a break for about 15 minutes, so we're into level 23 of the main event of the World Championship of Amateur Poker 2023. We've been here at Dusk Till Dawn since Wednesday. We've got this is day 5 of 6. 696 runners started this event, making a prize pool of £104,400. 103 of those bagged up day 2 stacks and came through the start day 2 at midday today. We're already down to 28. The guys are playing on a 14-minute clock here at Dusk Till Dawn. We're down to 28. We're going to be playing down to a final table today, down to a final table of 9. 28th at the moment means the guys have locked up £700. The pay jumps start getting a little bit more steep and quicker nowadays in this
Absolutely.
In this prize pool. But obviously the guys are all looking very much focused on up top here to be if you're going to be APAT main event champion for 2023 at this World Championship of Amateur Poker, you're going to pick up £15,000, the bracelet, gold medal, and the UKPC should I say seat courtesy of GG Poker for in January in Dusk Till Dawn. So
well, I tell you, Leigh, it's almost as if you're the medium among the two of us. Ashley Partridge out there, how many left and what's up top? And you answer both of those questions.
Des. Breaking news.
Just tell me it's good news, Leigh.
Anthony Gordon has popped the ball in the back of the net for the Geordies. I've got a funny feeling James Martin may be a Newcastle fan, I think. I've just got this feeling that might be the case.
It's all right, Leigh. I'm sure VAR will sort us out.
I don't think VAR's helping you there.
I want it checked, Leigh.
That looks as clean as anything.
I want it checked.
No, he's well on side. What bit can't you see? Because of that banner.
Yeah.
Or another banner. That banner. Of course not.
Oh dear. So Ashley wants to know, can you show us the hands? No, it's not a full DTD style stream, Ashley. They're having some issues with the table, so we are doing a non-hole cards live update for the last 2 days of the WCOAP. And Don says, if I see you at Anfield in a few weeks, Des, the beers are on me. We might very well do that, Don. Of course, we met on the M42 last season. You were on a West Ham bus and I was on a Liverpool bus, and we met in the services. Small world, my friend.
What's that? Thank you. All right. You should have asked sooner.
The VAR is still checking that goal, Leigh.
They're already playing on, Des, unfortunately. Hate to break it to you. I think what we're going to find now, Des, is we're now getting down to 3 tables. This is going to start properly tightening up. We've gone pretty quick so far today. What are we now? Nearly 5 o'clock now, so we've nearly had 5 hours play here, haven't we? I think it's going to very much tighten up, and And as players start buying from these fights, oh,
Good.
he sent a Liverpool player off.
Oh,
He sent Van Dijk off.
Sake.
They're going to have a look at it again, I would imagine. But it's all kicking off at Dusk Till Dawn with the football. But there is poker going on, guys. So we'll keep keeping abreast of what's happening here. And on we'll go. Hey, just got me from it. Des has turned his mic off just in case there's any of your children watching this stream because he's not in a good mood at the moment over there as a Liverpool fan. James Martin, Newcastle fan on this feature there, was loving it, absolutely loving it. On we go anyway. So it's going to be JP's bottom, which means it'll be Steve Murphy in the small blind, Gary Spinks in the big blind. So Neil is going to be first to act here, and he's having a little think about this and folds. Round we go to James. He's going to fold as well as the Steve Thomas. Steve Frew is out the way, so we are round to JP's button. Let's see what he's going to do with it. It is, isn't it? It is. JP folds, so Steve Murphy. Steve Murphy. Through and goal. The debate is being had about the red card, and so Steve and Gary are going to see a flop here, and it's 7 Jack 8. And Steve is going to fire out a bet of 70,000, very quickly called by Gary. So we're going to see a turn here. And it's the 4 of hearts on the turn. Action back on Steve. $135,000 on it. Quickly as Steve got those chips in the middle. Gary was making the call. So we're going to see a river card, and it's going to be the 8 of clubs on the river. Check this time from Steve. And Gary makes it 300,000. Steve says them all in.
Wow.
Gary go shows King 7. And Steve takes
Strong
a very tidy pot there.
Strong play, Lee.
Pot. So on we go. So Liverpool goal down and a player down here at St James's Park in the football, and they have to defend a free kick on the edge of the box as well.
Very strong with 10, Lee. As long as this doesn't go in.
I'm going to assume Kieran Trippier over it.
Yeah. A bit of a damp squib, that.
So we're going to have a quick change of dealer, and on we'll go. Thank you. Cool.
That's a corking view you have there, Lee.
What's that?
Just that sweep of the table. That's a very nice view. A little bit lower.
Yeah,
it was
seriously.
Great.
The World Series pay a lot of money for this kind of thing, Des.
tell
You're
you
getting
what.
this for free, honestly. Yeah.
Guy on a jib.
The guy on the jib.com is available. I might look at that. So we've been sat at 28 now for a little while here since the players have come back from the break. Still a number of APAT certainly APAC faces, because obviously everyone's an APAC player that plays an APAC event, but certainly a number of players that we're more recognisable maybe to previous streams we've done and previous events we've done that's still in this tournament with 28. I can see Charlie Kearns that represented Scotland is still there. Dave Amos there. There's still obviously a world champ, one of our previous winners of this event, in Tristan Chaplin, still going in this event as well. Des.
Still in there, Lee. Table 26. Ben Shannon's still there.
Meanwhile, James and Steve Murphy have checked down a flop of 4 Jack 9, and that ball brought a 7 on the turn.
Last year's runner-up still in there, Lee.
Yeah, so James makes it 175,000 on this turn. Decision back round on Steve, at the far end there. And he's going to call that. So we're going to see a river card here, Des. And it's going to be the 8 of diamonds. Check from James. $370,000, so 270,000 is the bet from Steve. So decision back on James. He's reaching for a time bank chip, and then he says, "I make it 700,000."
Strong play.
Counts out those chips, and Steve folds.
He's got a lot of momentum behind him, Lee. James.
Yeah, playing
He's
really,
picking
really
his
well.
spots well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Seems like everything's going his way today, Lee.
It is at the moment, that's for sure. Whilst that strolls along the bottom of the screen, talking about GG Poker, next week we've got our final 2 bracelet events of the WCOAP 2023. They're being held on GG Poker on Friday the 1st and Saturday the 2nd of September, both 7:30 starts. Pretty much same structure that we play our main event here with, Des, on a 10-minute clock online. And it's PLO on the Friday night, and it's No Limit Hold'em on the Saturday night. Both of them, Des, £25 buy-in. You can win a WCOAP bracelet, £25 buy-in online. Satellites running, they start tonight from as little as £1 if you want to get on GG Poker. Go on to apat.com. If you haven't got a Strategic account, we can sort that out for you. Not a bother whatsoever. A little bit of added value. If you're on GG on Tuesday night, there's a free roll running for everyone that's been playing the WCOAP event so far. And you can get on there, and there's 20 seats being added into that free roll. And also on Wednesday and Thursday, 2 super satellites with 10 seats guaranteed into the final 2 bracelet events of this festival. They're going to want the password for the free roll.
Password, Lee?
There's a password. The password is on the screen next to the APAT desk. It rolls round with the photos and everything. You'll find it on there if you want it.
Lee, I thought you told me it was world champ. No?
World champ.
Is that right? World
How
champ.
How did you hear about that?
I saw it on the screen by the
fair enough.
Is that the one though? Because there's a lot of words on there. World champ.
Is it uppercase or lowercase?
I don't know, Lee. Lowercase? It's all lowercase.
It's
Probably
good guess.
lowercase,
Hey,
isn't it?
You even win flips, don't you? Very good.
How
Very
would
impressive.
How would you world champ? Right. Okay.
Yeah. 10 letters. Very
perhaps
simple.
later this week we might get some 8-pat show action to cover some of that good stuff.
from Leigh and myself. Look out for us in the Facebook group.
Yeah, now talking about action, we've got a raise from Steve Murphy, a shove from Gary, and Steve's made the call. It's pocket threes for Steve, it's pocket sevens for Gary. It's going to be the sevens at risk here, so here we go. Five, queen, eight. That's going to be Gary in a good spot. Another five on the turn, just to need to avoid one of those pesky threes, and does. And Gary's going to get a double up through Steve Murphy.
Nice hand. It's all very quiet, Leigh. We haven't lost anybody in the last 10 minutes across the tourney.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, a couple of other messages that we're just looking at the remaining players and the three other tables we've got down just behind you there, Desmond. So now let's talk. Yeah. So yeah, this guy made finished second last year in this event, which was what 450 odd runners we had last year for this.
Yeah.
And he's now down to the final 28 of 696. I mean, that is superb performance, isn't it?
He likes this
Even
one,
now.
doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, he does like this one.
And represented Portugal.
Yeah. Bruno Ebeleo's team, who had a good run at the Team International, the Team Championship, here at the WCOAP.
So Steve raising up again under the gun this time, and he's made it 155,000, I think it is, roughly. Poles all the way around. Just got the blinds to get through. Steve through in the small blind, JP in the big blind, JP round. And he's going to fold as well. So Steve Murphy gets that through. I would say JP is probably the shortest stack of this feature table at the moment, with Steve Murphy not that far ahead of him. Gary's been very up and down in this game, isn't he? It's the double ups and then losing one. It's real proper roller coaster since he joined us here on this feature table. But again, playing for it, we know we're a regular player here at Dusk Till Dawn and a lot of the tours. So a very experienced player in these MTTs.
Absolutely.
And picked up a great medal earlier on in the week.
Very good. Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah. Be on that board with World Champ, Leigh.
On the World Champ board, yeah.
Has that referee sent any more Liverpool players off, Leigh?
Not yet. A chunk of the game to go.
Could we get it on the big screen behind the table here?
No, because then you really wouldn't pay any attention to the poker.
I can't believe you're questioning my amateurism, Leigh.
Oh no, we know how much you care about your beloved Reds, so I get that when they're playing live. So we're going to see a flop here. It's 5-4-3. It's Steve Murphy and Neil in this hand. Neil raised it up pre. Steve Murphy called in the big blind, and check from Steve. Neil grabs a chunk of green chips, the 100k chips, and just shoves them forward, and Steve very quickly folds. Still see a lot of faces I recognise in the PL08.
Shall we have a little look through, Leigh?
Lots of APAT regulars down there. I can see Simon Brook. I can see Gary. I can see Vincey's there as well. Still, I can see Richard Baker down there.
So with 54 left.
among them. Rich Baker, as you said, Simon Brook is there. Who else have we got? Jerome Dolly from the Dutch team. Andrew Duncan still in. He's had a great couple of days here. Joe Dunlop.
Michael Perry, I think. I think I see Mike Perry there as well. Won a bracelet already this week.
Ventili. Michael Perry won the 8 game yesterday. Di Farrell is still there. Dominic French is still there. Tony G is still there. Dylan Herbert, Kerry Hollick. Wow. Dave Howard is still there. Tony Kendall, TK, still in the PL. Amazing.
Really?
Yeah. Bash Mahmoud is still there. Gordon MacArthur, Mark Morris, Eddie Niasco still there.
Do you want me to do a quick? Sweep through the room?
It's like a who's who of APAC.
So I'll go and do just a quick. I mean, I'll just swoop. You can talk about anyone you recognise. How about that? Shall we go? Shall I go and do that?
So hold on to your dinner, folks. Leigh is racing through the card room.
Here we go then. Right then. So
where are you, Leigh? Table 1. Table 1. We see Stefan.
No, table 3. So yeah, just do you recognise those.
We see Stefan there. We see Rich Baker, of course. And it's hard to tell. I'm looking at this in a terribly small screen. We see Vince Ely. Can't see who's back to you.
Right, so I'm going to go to table 2 now.
Great. So we got Ryan Pearson in 1 there. Rich Rudlin Smith, who we recognise, of course. Matt Hubie in 3. Michael Eustace in 4. Kerry Hollick is there. James Yeatman. Alan Ellis in 7. And Bash Mahmoud, who had a result earlier on in the week in seat 8.
Go to 1.
And if we go to 1, Dutch player Jerome Dolly in seat 1. GMAC in seat 2. Ryan Armit, who I think had a result somewhere earlier in the week in seat 3. Andy Duncan in 4. Rich Offless was in 5.
Still got Stack there. Still got Stack.
He's there. Matt Parker in 6. Gordon Woodings in 7. TK Tony Kendall in 8. And Chris Webber in 9.
I'll take you to 11.
Let's go to 11. So we've got Sean O'Donnell in 1, if he's still there. Michael Holmes in 2. Harish Thacker. Matt Metcalf in 4. Brooksy Simon Brook is in 5. Di Farrell in 6. Mr. Perry in 7. The new, freshly minted 8 game champ. Habib Chatou in 8. And Michelle Cieltiel in 9.
Taking you to 12.
Let's go to 12. We've got Alex Kamaldoliev, I think, in 1. Ian Witt in 2. Eddie in 3. Tudor Davies in 4. We've got Gregors in 5. John Sandler in 6. Tony G in 7. Mark Morris in 8. And Dominic French, a ring winner, WPT ring winner, in 9.
And finally 13.
13, unlucky for some. So we got Joe Dunlop in 1. Dave Howard in 2. Paul Brooks in 3. Dan Austin in 4. Nick Round in 5. Jav Javed in 6. We've got Zhang Lao in 7. Ray Thomas in 8. And the one and only Dylan Herbert in 9. Welsh player and a great WCOAP team event.
He'll look round in a minute. There he goes.
Oh, there he is. Handsome bloke. Look at that.
There we go.
Fantastically. Very well done. And I'll just take you back.
Hey, did you see that for a trick? Simon will do that again. Go on, do it again, Simon. Do it again. Can't do any more. It's one up.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe we missed that. There he is. Leigh, you haven't missed a thing as I look around to count the players at the table.
Well, there are some chips in the middle here, Des. So,
yeah.
We've got a raise under the gun. Yes, it is a raise under the gun to £150 from Steve through. And that's been a fold from JP and a fold from Steve Murphy. And Gary is all in. Neil's out the way. James Martin in the small blind is out the way. As is Steve in the big blind. So just back to Steve through original raiser here, Des. What's he going to do?
Let's have a look.
It's about 1.1 million, I think, something around that mark is the shove from Gary. And no, Steve's going to let that one go. And on we'll go.
Fantastisch. Guten Abend, Lee. And to Jinsey Power. And Batman says hi to Paul Panther, to our friend Sashin. We did have Peter Wagner on our table a short while ago, but unfortunately he's exited the main event.
So on we go this hand. James in the is button, should I say? So it's Steve, both Steves in the blinds, and JP folds. Steve Murphy folds. Steve's covered, hands covering them. Yeah, I preempted the fold, so he's folded as well. As does Neil. So we're round to the button then. Decision on James with just the blinds in front of him. And he makes it 150,000. Steve fold. What's Steve Prue going to do? Makes the call out of the big blind, does, so we're going to see a flop here. And it's ace 8 deuce rainbow. Goes check check. So see a queen on the turn. Brings up the second part. And it's they both check that as well. So king of clubs on the river. And Steve fires out a bet of 190,000, very quickly called by James. Steve shows 7 high, effectively. Ace 3 for James, snap called with the ace 3, and that was good enough. Playing, yeah, kind of playing sensible poker. James is just, yeah, really on a roll.
Getting it done, Lee.
So 2 new players about to join this table. I recognise one of them, that's for sure. That is for sure.
St. Pat's own Charlie Kearns.
And you'll let me know who's in seat 1, I'm sure.
Certainly will.
So that can tell you only one thing. We are down to 27 players now. This will tell you who's lost in 28th in a minute. But Charlie Kearns, Scottish international champion for the Scottish team from last year.
Jake
We don't talk about this year, so
no, we don't.
Jake
Marsden.
Yeah?
Jake Marsden.
Excellent. So welcome to Jake and welcome to Charlie to the feature table. Give you a rough idea of stacks. I'd say Jake is probably playing about $1 million, I reckon, roughly about $1 million, and Charles has got maybe about 1.6, 1.7, bit more, yeah, 1.8, yeah, about that. So yeah,
somewhere in that
welcome
space.
to both of them. Welcome to both of them to the feature table.
Seth Webber, Lee, has gone out in 28th.
Okay. And of course, what that also means, Des, is another little pay jump. So all now locked up £800.
Getting a lot of German love in the chat box, Lee.
I know you like that sort of thing, so it's all good.
I'd settle for an equaliser at, can I say St James's? I think I can.
So, warm welcome to Jake, wasn't it, to the table, Des? Yeah, in all in, first hand he sat down and gets that one through.
That's the way to do it.
So for we're now just changed level, so we're level 24 now. Blinds are 40,000, 80,000 with a big blind ante of 80,000. 27 players left now. You are watching the World Championship Amateur Poker 2023 live here from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. This is the main event, day 2. 103 players started midday today. We are now down to 27, playing down to a final table of 9 today. They'll come back tomorrow afternoon to play this out to a conclusion and find out who is going to be world amateur poker champion for 2023, Des.
Absolutely, and we'll be here every step of the way. We will follow the action down to 9 tonight, and we will be back at 2 p.m. tomorrow, UK time. Crown a champ, which we think will take, what, 4 or 5 hours, Lee?
Yeah, oh, comfortably, yeah. We're just colouring up some of the stacks a little bit here to make life a little bit easier. So Steve through shoves all in from the bottom there and gets that one through. When we go next hand, it's Steve Murphy in the small blind, Gary Spinks in the big blind. First to out will be Neil Fold. Jake's out the way as well. Round we go to Charlie Cairns. He folds. James Martin next. He's out the way. Let's see what our trip leader from the start of the day is going to do. Steve, he folds. Goes Steve through. He's counting out a little bit of a raise there. There's the next 175,000. It's JP Round on the button.
Looks interested.
And throws in the last of his twine bank chips. Gives himself another 30 seconds. And says, I'm all in. So JP is all in. Look at his card, what he's doing that. Decision map and Steve Murphy. He folds. Gary in the big blind. He's going to fold. So action back round to Steve through. He calls pretty quickly. Steve through's got pocket queens. It's king queen for JP. It's the king queen going to be at risk here. Here we go then. 3-5-3. Queen on the turn, and that's going to end on that. And JP is going to depart in 26th place. Steve through is going to add to his stack. Very well played for JP. Decent run. I think just got timing was a little bit off on this feature table. Des,
Yeah,
I think for JP,
I think in
that's all
particular,
really.
you know, he had a big all-in hand a level or two ago that went against him. It was it's a little unfortunate, really. A little lack of run of good luck today for JP, but he played well. He was active. And he will go and collect his winnings. Still 8 left in the shootout league. 50 left in the PLO8 now. 59 of 82 in the Win the Button championship.
Well, you can see the PLO, I can see, is on a break at the moment, so the bar is looking quite full. And we're down to 25. Did you see who passed in 27th, Des, just before JP will have passed on one of the other tables?
I think we mentioned it was. In fact, we might not have. It was David Maguire.
I think it might have been David Maguire.
Yeah.
I'm hearing him in my other ear. The more informed ear.
I can't believe you have two earpieces. I felt I was the important one to you, but.
Well, I ask you the question, and to be fair, Simon in my other ear actually answered before you can look it up.
It's incredible
that's
the tech
for you. Yeah. He doesn't even need an iPad or anything. He's literally just knows it.
He
knows
is
the
the
information.
iPad.
Yeah, he's a walking iPad. Yeah. So Jake is going to scoop a few more chips here at seat 1 does. Yep.
Indeed.
Very nice indeed. During the table, I've actually done all right. Picked up 2 or 3 hands already since joining us on this feature table. Joined with about 1 million in chips, and is busy going to work, as they say. I mean, average stack is now nearly 2.8 million, with blinds at 40,000 and 80,000, with big blind ante of 80,000. So.
Yeah, things are getting serious when you consider that Stephen Tyus's stack coming in today, which everyone was a gag at, is now pretty much just a little over average.
Yeah, absolutely. So this hand, we've got Neil in the small blind, Jake in the big blind. Harley Kane's first to act folds. James raises it up to 160,000. The aforementioned Steve Tyus next to act. And he's going to raise it up to 450,000. Steve Frew gets out of the way, as does Steve Murphy. Gary takes a second look at his cards, but I think he's ready to fold, and yeah, he does. Neil gets out of the way, as does Jake. So we're back round to the original razor in Jake. And he's going to let that go on Steve Tyus. So at the moment, with no one's back in JP's old seat, I've got 3 Steves in a row at the moment. That's where we're at.
Steve.
Yeah. Better than Alan. Alan.
Shall I just check the card room to see if we've got another Steve that we could possibly slide in?
Yeah, there can't be any left in this tournament. There can't be. How are your chips anyway, Des? They're good?
Well,
you
Lee,
might hear the clunking around in the background there, guys.
I'm officially out because my last chip has been.
That was Des just having. That was his starter. That was his starter bowl of chips. Yeah. Later on, he'll move on to his main. What's your main course going to be?
I have to say, Lee, that was my breakfast.
Bowl of chips. I think that card got exposed. I'm fairly sure it did. But they're all saying no one saw it, so... I thought it got exposed, but if everyone's claiming they didn't see it, then fair enough. So I personally think it got exposed. It was right up on its side. So yeah, so 6 of diamonds get shown to the whole table. They all seem very disappointed. That's all it was. So we've got an initial raise here from Steve Tyus, Des, and Gary is all in, which is going to be for about 1.2 million, I think, maybe just over that, maybe 1.3 million. Neil folds, Jake folds. So decision back round on. I keep saying it. Our day 2 chip leader at the beginning of the day. Steve Tyus, decision on him. He's asked for a count.
To go.
And, Gary shows pocket jacks. Gary happily shows pocket jacks. Just making a point there. Just, I'm not shoving light here. I know you're going to have a strong hand, Steve.
Don't mess with me.
No, it's not a don't mess with me, actually, Des. It's not, because I think he was making a point to Steve. He's like, I know you're not. Yeah, I know you're not. Yeah, you're not calling. So I know you've got hands here. So I'm just making the point to you that, I'm not shoving light with this. Yeah, very much playing properly with it. So. So it's Charlie in the small blind that's playing for the big blind this time round, and it's folded all the way around with Gary. Gary says, I'm all in again, Dave. Neil folds, as does Jake, as does Charlie, as does the so. And Gary shows pocket queens this time. Jack's last time, queens this time. Hitting some cards at the moment. So not getting massively paid off. Just picks up the blinds and antes, that fun, does.
Absolutely.
So it's James in the small blind and Steve Tyus in the big blind. This time it'll be Steve through to act first. And he raises it up to 175,000. Switching on Steve Murphy now. He folds. Gary working his way up. Has he got kings this time? No, he folds this time. Neil folds. As does Jake. Around we go then. Charlie Cairns on the button. He's going to fold, so it's 2 blinds to get through. James folds first. Steve gets that through. Just had a quick message pop on my screen there from Lux on Pay Des, just reminding me that they don't charge fees for transfers from customer to customer for any foreign currency. Always handy to know.
Absolutely.
Do you want some lira or some French francs or something?
Is lira still a thing, Lee?
I can do them for you at good rates if you want them.
They come in frames, do they?
Yeah, whatever you tell me what you do. You just say the word. Yeah. Irish punts.
Lee, please. Please. We've worked so hard to stop those troubles. What's that Spanish one, Lee? Potatoes?
Potatoes. I could sort you out some potatoes. Not a problem whatsoever. You clearly didn't have enough in your last order, so.
I've had loads, Lee.
See Eddie and Di on the rail over there, just giving Charlie some support.
Slightly worrying. That means they're behind me.
They are. They're just chatting away there. Do you want me to get across there? Let me see if I can see whether their hand does anything. It's Gary that's raised it up to about. What's he raised it? 250 there, I think it is, and that's going to get through. Look, I'll show you now. Here's the Romanian rail. There they are. There we go. That's what we like to see.
Look at that. Oh, Lee, we put a lovely picture of you and I with the ghost Tom Brady and Tony Kendall onto the Facebook group a short while ago, and some wag, namely the Oracle, has said, last of the summer wine reboot? Oh, there's no respect, Lee. There's no respect.
I mean, I don't think there's many who should take offence in that photo, but I feel I might be on that list. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. The comment goes on to say, do they all get in a bathtub later and roll through the card room?
Yeah, that's how do they know about our audition for APAT's Got Talent? Yeah.
It was lovely to see TK. I have to say, he's down there doing the business in the PLOA.
Still playing in the PLOA? Yeah. Awesome stuff.
Lovely to see him.
He's actually, I mean, he's got a tough old table there because he's got Chris Webber to his left, and Chris is no slouch when it comes to these games.
With respect, Lee, they've got a tough old table there. TK's been round the block a while or two. Be nice to see him final. We will see.
Steve Murphy is all in. It's been raised by Steve Tyus to 175,000. Steve Murphy's on the in the big blind, and I think Steve's going to call. Steve Tyus is going to call. It's Ace 8 for Steve Murphy, and it's Steve Tyus with King 6. It's the Ace 8 that's at risk.
Wow, what a moment!
King on the flop. And there's going to be no help for Steve Murphy, and we're going to lose Steve Murphy in 25th place. Very well played him. Roller coaster on this feature table very much is the case, and he is going to exit. And our chip leader made the call with the King 6. So to be fair, Steve Murphy shoved for, it wasn't a huge amount, it was about maybe 700,000, so 50,000 maybe, something like that. So yeah, it's the King 6 is a perfectly reasonable spot there. You're hoping you got 2 live cards, and then that King on the flop does it. So we are down to 25. We've got about 15 minutes or so left of this level 24, which means we've got about another hour of this stream before players will be on their second break of the day. Which basically means, folks, stay on the stream because the football will be done by then. So you've got an hour, well, not even an hour, you've probably got about 45 minutes of Des getting very nervous, hoping his beloved Reds can find a way back against a fully strength Newcastle team.
Well, I haven't watched any of it, Lee, thus far. I'm not sure I've missed that that much.
So Charlie Cairns raises it up to 160,000. James folds, Steve Tice folds, Steve Frew folds. We're round to Gary in the small blind. Really, Neil stood up from the big blind, which is not really the done thing. Because it hadn't folded around, it was effectively, much his cards already. I think it was quite out there, but I'm not quite sure what happened there. But
we have to give him a three-round penalty, Lee,
he was
and a red card.
He was on his feet from the big blind before the small blind actually made a decision when he was calling the raid. So we've got a new player joining the table.
I'll get your name momentarily, Lee, when it pops up on the system. This is Bakhtash Parza.
And seriously chipped up, Des.
That's what we like to see.
And straight into a hand, and lets that one go. Which means we're round to, I think it's just a blind. Yeah, and Neil's going to get a walk, shows a deuce. So Backcash has got those in 20, so that's 2 million, 4 million, 5 million, 6 million. I think he's got about 6.1, 6.2 million, Des.
Wowzers. Average at 2.8, Lee. Good shape.
I'll show you his stack. He's got him stacked proper height there.
Wow. There you go.
So I think it's about 6.2, something like that, roughly.
Look at that stack of greens.
There we go. But to be fair, I think James Martin has got fairly similar type number. And he's raising this hand up to 175,000. Steve Tice folds. And Steve Frew says, I'll make it 410,000, Des. So 410 is the new 175. Backtash folds, as does Gary, as does Neil. Now we come to Jake then in seat one, he folds. So decision now back on James Martin, the original raiser. And he's going to let them go. And Steve Frew scoops a few more chips. Steve's stacked up quite nicely now. Obviously won a couple of happens.
I've been impressed with his play also, Lee's, keeping himself nice and busy. He's getting involved.
He's got probably 3.1, 3.2.
Reasonable shape, just above average.
Yeah.
Lee, some news from the shootout. We've lost our first player from that final table, George Betty. Former bracelet winner, George Betty, goes out first in the shootout. Down to 45 now in the PLO8. Jerome Dolly has just gone out. Tudor Davies is gone. Richard Pierce, Andy Duncan, unfortunately. Mark Morris gone. Habib Shatu, all gone. 98 players in that PLO8. Lee, great number for a Sunday.
Every single event we've had on this week
Smashed.
has
Yeah.
had really good numbers, and Dusk Till Dawn have really served us well, hosted us well. Cannot fault it this week. So raise from Backtash up to 175,000 there, Des, and gets that one through.
You don't want to mess with Backtash. 6.5 million chips plus. You might end up playing for your tournament if you choose to. And of course, we look at the payouts. So where are we right now, Lee? We've got 20. So we're 800 right now. When we get down to 22 players, we go to 900, and we go up to 1100 at 18. So there's chunks of cash available. I don't want to lose it too quickly. Are we on a break in 9 minutes, Lee? Have I got that right? It's a level in 9 minutes.
Sorry, the folks at home, I was nodding at him. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a medium, Lee.
Yeah.
You didn't need to move at all. I understood your body
We'd
language.
be no good on radio, would we? We'd be absolutely no good on
I'm
radio.
not sure we're any good on video. But we're the best available from the three of us.
Oh, Jake is all in from the button here. Des, it's folded all the way round for him. Charlie folds the small blind, and James folds the big blind. And Jake shows an ace just to keep it honest enough.
I'm an honest player, Lee.
Did I miss the valet coming in to take a drinks order? I must have missed that. But drinks have arrived anyway. So that's
I
good.
think you have to have
So,
a minimum of 6.5 million chips to meet that VIP level.
Backtash just moved tables, doesn't he?
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. But how good are the valets here? They
Superb.
spot a table move and still get your drink to your new table.
Yep.
Super good. So we are down to our final three tables here. 24 players remaining. So raise from Neil here at seat 9. Jake folds, as is Charlie on the button. James is small blind. Just Steve Tyus to get through on the big blind here, Des. The raise is only to 180,000 with blinds at 40-80, sorry. So, and Steve folds. So Neil does get that through. Apart from that huge hand that Neil had earlier on that he dented his stack a little bit, he's not really got involved since he sat down at this table.
Yeah, no, agree. Absolutely right.
Oh, Steve, who gets to walk? Oh, on we go. Very next hand here. It's Steve through in the small blind, back up in the big blind. Gary first to act. He folds, as does Neil. Round we come to Jake in seat 1. Counting out some raisin chips here, Des. And that looks like it might be 150,000. I think it is, yeah. Charlie folds, as does James, as does Steve Tyus. Round to the blinds. And I mean, backpash in the big blind certainly got a stack, but no, not interested.
Just like
Gets out of the way.
It's all calmed down a bit, Lee. It's got a bit tight.
Yeah, 24 players remaining. Oh, I think we're going to see it like this now, Des. Right down till we get to that final table of 9 at the end of the day today.
Absolutely. So, Lee, this is our most recent festival, of course, but lots of poker to come from APAC through the rest of the year. Starting in mid-September, the Welsh Amateur Championship in Cardiff. Get aboard, join the Facebook group if you'd like to know how to get into that event. You'll be able to qualify online or directly buy in live.
So it's folded all the way around to Steve Tyus. And he makes it 160,000. Steve through folds on the button. Back cash out the way in the small blinds, and Gary shows deuce 4, I think it was. That's the way this seems to be now for the last draw bit or so. Little min raises, nobody really playing back, but I'm sure it'll all change soon enough.
And we've got a dealer change here. The dealer's required to have long arms for this table, Lee.
Yeah, but with a little bit of cooperation from the players, it all runs smooth enough.
Yeah.
Everybody does their bit, not a problem at all. So on we go. Gary in the small blind this time, and Neil in the big. So it's going to be Jake to act first. Under the gun from seat 1. He folds. Charlie Cairns next to act. He folds as well. Round we go to James Martin. Straight fold you. I think he's going to raise it up. Yep, and he's making it that standard 160,000 raise at the moment. Absolute min click. Steve Tyus folds. But Steve Frew doesn't look like he's necessarily going to do that. Thinks about it and then does. There you go. Another white man. Backpash is just made the call off the button. So Gary, top of your screen in the small blind, says I'm all in.
Wow.
Felt like a perfect squeeze spot to me, and he's done it a number of times on this feature table. Says
he knows what he's doing. Mind you, he has picked a hand with backdash in.
Yes, so Neil folds. James Martin gets out of the way. Backpash is now having a look. Having a look at Gary. Having another look at Gary. And a third look. And now starting the conversation.
Oh, I love this. It's great. I can't believe it. No respect. No respect for my chips.
I'm pretty sure he's going to fold here. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. I kind of had that feeling that I don't even need to. I don't even need to head over and see that.
We've seen this movie before, Lee.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh,
that's the case.
yes.
Yeah. Very much the case.
Last of the summer wine, the Rambo years. Lee, the diamonds continue to fall in the shootout. Dawn Cook out. Elsewhere, I am very, very sad to report in the PLO8, Tony Kendall out.
So this will be the last hand of that level, Des, because we are going into level 25 with blinds now at 50,000 and 100,000.
We are indeed.
So the average stack at the moment at 2.9 million. So we're just doing that. It kind of varies between sort of 33 big down as low as 28. So as we're creeping down there, you feel we're due a bust out somewhere along the way in one of the three tables. Raise up from Steve through this time. It's that standard 100. Actually, I think he might have made it 165,000. Just spiced it up a little bit last hand of this level. I think Jake has made the call out of seat 1. He's in the big blind. Yes, he has. So we're going to see a flop here, guys. Feels like a first time in a little while. And it's 393 is the board with a couple of spades. Jake has checked. And Steve makes it 130,000 and very quick fold from Jake, and that
Takes
gets
that down
through, and Steve has scooped up those tips. Of course, the beauty if you bust the PLO8 today, Des, is
straight into the round of each, which features 2 PLO formats. Nice.
absolutely.
Yet to start, level 1 will be starting shortly. 20-minute clock there. 30 players currently registered for that one, Lee.
So we're seeing a flop here, which is 7 ace 3, and it's blind on blind here. Jake and Charlie. And Jake fires out a bet of 100,000. And after a little thought, Charlie fold. And we lost another one on the other tables there, Des. Down to 23 now.
We'll see who we've lost in just a moment. Yeah, it's Colin Payout who's just gone, Lee. I think Peter Wagner's making a comeback, Lee. He wants back on that table.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't last too long on that. So we folded all the way around to Neil here at seat 9, and Neil makes it 275,000.
All players in the round of each below below. Top tier seat draw is there to receive. The written seat itself in this event. If your name is not on the list, don't panic. Just means you're one of the last people to enter, and you are on a waiting list. We'll get a start as soon as you can.
So the PLO 8 round of each Des is already on an alternate list, so we're pretty much rounding the carton again this afternoon.
Absolutely. At the singing place, love it up here, Lee.
With one more event to come later on this evening, yeah?
We do. It's for pilots, I believe. Aviation. Do you want to tell the folks what that's about?
You get dealt 4 cards, and you discard. You discard one pre-flop, and you discard one pre-turn, basically.
Okay.
And it's pot limit betting pre, and then no limit betting afterwards.
Well, sounds sick.
In a rough. Just in a rough. That's what it is.
Yeah.
If you need any more finer details, then check out the website. So we've got a lot of limpers here, Des. Charlie on the button, so Backtash limp, so did Gary, so did Neil. So did Charlie. James made up the small blind. Steve decided to see a flop with his option on the big blind. So we've got 6 players to a flop of Jack 5-6 with 2 diamonds. And this feels like we could be about to see a little bit of I say a little bit of action, but it's checked all the way around to Charlie on the button here. So. Charlie says I'm all in.
Here we go.
I mean, James's reaction to Charlie's all in was incredible. I mean, like and Steve folds, Backtash folds. Gary's asked for a quick change, so we will deal with that. 650,000 is the count for Charlie Des. It's only 6.5 bigs. Gary's going to fold. And decision on Neil, beat 9. Des.
Yeah, here we go.
He's popped down one of his time bank chips there, so he's 650,000 was the bet to him. He's giving
another one
himself
going
another
in.
30 seconds thinking time. There. And he makes the call.
Wow, here we go.
It's pocket 7s for Neil. It's 8-7 for Charlie. Got the straight draw. And can obviously hit the over pair with the 8. So here we go. Let's see the turn. Deuce of diamonds removes a number of 8s with a flush draw there now for Neil. We'll see the river. and 5 on the river means we're going to lose Charlie Cairns in 23rd place. Hang on a minute, for Charlie, you'll get your seat card now so you can get your payout sorted. Neil adds probably the best part of the meal to his stack there. You take that to middle desk. Yeah, brilliant. Well done to Charlie Cairns. Deep run, 23rd out of 696.
Yeah,
Is pretty good.
Great run for Charlie.
And once he gets eliminated, that'll be down to 22, and that will be a pay jump now up to £900, and then for those left in the tournament. So Steve Prue gets a walk there. Quite happy with that. So a limp under the gun from Gary. It's been folded all the way around to James, who's raised it up to 350,000. Steve Pius is on the button here. He's going to fold. Steve Prue, small blind, gets out of the way. Backdash on the big blind. And he's going to make the call. So decision now on Gary, who was the original limper under the gun. Nicely stacked up now, Gary, because he's won a couple of decent hands. Let's that one go. Very sensible fold, I think. So 2 players are going to see a flop here. So the backdash to act first. The board is 4-8-6. And a couple of clubs down there. And it's gone check, check. So we'll see the 9 on spades on the turn. And backdash fires out a bet of 500,000. These are the 2 biggest stacks at the table.
Tricky, Lee. Tricky.
And James has made the call. So we're going to see a river here now with best part of 1.5 million in the middle, it does. And it's the deuce of hearts on the river. So it's 4, 8, 6, 9, deuce.
It's not, that board is not connecting with too many hands, Lee.
Yeah, but you've also got to remember here, the backdash is was in the big playing this big blind.
Yeah. It could be in there with almost anything, I guess.
And Backdash has checked, and James has thrown a climbing bank chip in, so having another 30 seconds to think about this. And he bet 650,000 and instantly called by Backdash, who shows a 9. James also had the 2 clubs, so it was ace-9 of clubs, so he also dropped the nut flush draw as well. Put in a pair of 9s, and that was good enough. Backdash paid him off. A little bet on the end, 650,000. They got paid off, but that was a pot. Yes, that was a pot of about 2.8 million.
Yeah, that's chunky. Any word on how the match is going, Lee?
Sorry?
Any word on how the match is going?
Not paying any attention to it. Watching the poker, Des. Watching the poker.
Can't see it from where I'm sat.
You should get out then. Yeah.
Oh, when you line, Lee. I saw Darwin on his knees. Where I come from, we call that 1-1. Elsewhere, Leigh, in the shootout, we remain at 6 players. PLO8, we're down to 36. Win the button is now at 40 from the 83 that started, and the round of each is up to 65 entrants, Lee. They have 15 minutes left in level 1 in that tourney. And of course, we have 21 left here in the main event, day 2.
So raised up to 205,000 from James. Folded round to the blinds and Backdash out the small blind. He's going to call that.
Okay, following players, table 53, please. Cheryl Burrows, seat 1. Stuart Reynolds, seat 2. Gordon Williams, seat 3.
It's
seat 4.
for Gary. It's another 105,000 into what's effectively
Andrew Duncan, seat 9, please.
already sort of 600,000 in the pot here, and he is going to go all in. We've seen this move before, Des. We've seen this move before. One of these days, somebody is going to go for it, but will it be this time? First to decide on that is going to be James. Just going to count. 1.8 million is the count. There's decision first on James. Two big stacks at the table. James folds. Decision on Backdash. No, he's going to fold as well. And Gary shows an ace this time, the ace of hearts.
Is that a strategy that Gary has? He moves all of his chips in. He doesn't rely on just the all-in chip. Is that like a supreme power move? Is it?
And there was a count after, so they. But he does move. Does tend to be quite happy with them all in. They're all nicely stacked. He can easily do it. He's a guy that can handle his chips. Des, not a problem whatsoever. Much like your good self. Yeah.
Here's my armies, Lee. Here's my armies. They're just at the bottom of my sleeveys.
Yeah. So on we go. It'll be Gary's small blind this time. Neil in the big blind. We think it'll be Jake to act first. He folds. Round we go to James. He's going to fold. Steve Tyus folds as well. Steve Frew raises it up to 225,000. Backdash folds on the button. Gary gets out of the way in the small blind. So just Neil in the big blind. See if you can fancy seeing a flop here, or even potentially Rebetting. He's going to call, so we're going to see a flop. King 10-7 is the flop with a couple of spades there. Neil checks. So Steve makes it 150,000. And it's been called by Neil. So we're going to see a 10 of hearts on the turn. Goes check this time. 5 of hearts on the river. Check from Neil. Is Steve going to fire out a river bet here or not? And he's going to bet 400,000 here, Des.
Nice bet. Let's see if your timing's in.
Just as I got round to show you Neil, he folds, and we have a quick change of dealer, and then we'll get on with the next hand.
Just a couple of further exits from the PLO 8. Di Farrell is out. Sean O'Donnell gone also. Javed, Nick Round. All gone.
Simon Bagshaw, who have been seated in round each, so 63 seat 7.
Oh, we're down to 21 here now, Des. And we've got about 18 minutes left of this level, and the players will be on another short break. And as we always say, we will do exactly the same. Keep the stream running, but we will do the same thing and take a very short break. The board here is 6-9-6 with a couple of, one club, one spade, one diamond. And it's Jake and James in here. And, Jake checked. James fired that bet of 150,000 and it called. Still check on the 10 on the turn, which brings up a 6 on the river. And looks like Jake's going to raise it up. 375,000 is the bet from Jake. James says them all in. Says them all in.
Hello.
Snap call from Jake. I'll show you what they've got. It was pocket queens for James. It was king 6 for Jake on the board of 6, 9, 6, 10, 6.
Wow.
That was a board, quad 6s.
Wow.
And 975,000 is the count for what was left in Jake's stack. And he's going to get a double up through who I think possibly was our chip leader now on this feature table. James had to count those out and hands them just across, short gap across the table.
He's had incredible momentum since he joined the table, Lee.
Yeah, it really has, and has got nicely paid off there. Now that's going to pin him up probably around 2.5 million, if not a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
Once she stacks all those up, and on we'll go.
There you go, guys. 15 minutes left in level 25. Blinds currently at 50, 100. The 100 ante.
So, same two players here are going to see a flop of 10-10 ace. It's gone check this time. 4 is back touch is also in his hand as well. Sorry, so
5 of hearts there.
checked all the way around on that. This time, James called bets 100,000 and shows ace 9 and scooped that little pot of about 600,000. Not that he wants to collect those chips because he's a bit devastated at the football at the moment, but
Can't have it always, Lee.
and apologies to the smugness of my my co-host here on the stream.
Who are ya? Who are ya?
Who I'll be honest, has been ignoring the poker for most of the last hour.
Oh, that's not fair. Look,
No.
That's not fair. I simply looked around twice. 3 times,
They're on
Lee.
the
3
break
times.
again. They're on the break again, Des. Yeah. And Liverpool come back from 1-0 down with 10 men, and looks like they might be taking all 3 points from St James's Park here. So raised from Steve Frew to 200,000 under the gun. Black called by Backtash. Folds all the way round. Steve Tyus makes up these what are the big blinds. So 3 players are going to see a flop of Queen 3 Ace here, which is Rainbow. Steve Tyus to act first does.
Yeah.
He's checked, as has Steve Frew. So Backtash says, right, well, I'll make it 350,000 then. Come on. And the first Steve folds, Tyus. And decision on Steve Frew. And he folds as well, and Backtash gets that through.
Fantastic.
Newcastle goalkeeper's up for a free kick in the dying seconds of this game.
We've seen this.
So
We've seen this movie before too, haven't we?
You'll know if there's a goal because you just need to watch the feature table because James will be on his feet if this goes in. So, not to be. So folded around to James here on the button. Actually, a little raise from Neil to 250,000. And he's just got to get through Steve Frew on the big blind. I think Steve might actually make a call here. But that looks like it might be a raise. $100, $200, four raises it to 450. And Neil effectively says let's shove some big chips down all in, and Steve gets out of the way.
And we've lost another on the shootout final table, Lee. Let's see if I can find out who that is. It's Quentin Kwan, who I think you said won a bracelet. Did you say last night, Lee? Quentin Kwan?
Yes, he did. Yep.
Outstanding couple of days for him, but unfortunately just out in 6th on that shootout final table. 5 left there. Let's see actually if we can just remind you of who they are. Dave Garden still there, Gavin Johnson, Naz Mohammed, Dean Pearson, Scott Wayne. Some well-known faces left there.
Yeah, so getting close to the pedal bubble there.
Yeah. Uh, 21 left here, Lee. Again, just a quick reminder of who they are. Out on table 26, we've got Ben Shannon, Lewis Mitchell, Tris Chaplin, Matt Newman, Luke Abbott, Terence Newton, and Chris Ralston. On table 37, we've got Dave Potter, Corey Gill, Dave Amos, Simao Gomez, a runner-up in this event last year, Simon Booth, Elliot Crowder, who qualified here at Dusk Till Dawn, and Ricky Fawcett. And of course, on the table we've been watching, we've got Jake Marsden, James Martin, Steve Tyus, Steve Frew, Bakhtash Parza, Gary Spinks, and Neil Wyatt. A winner will be one of those.
In this hand, Jake raised it up to 210,000. It's been called by both the blinds in Steve, Frew, and Backtash. And they've so far checked out the board all the way down, deuce 9, 4, deuce 5. It's checked all the way around to Jake as well. And it's, wow. It was king high for
Was it?
for Backtash. It was king high for Jake. Steve Frew had a king as well, Des, but he also had an 8 to go with it. So, but none of them wanted to have a pop on the board. So Steve Frew picked that little pot up, and on we go. Trouble is, you say a little pot, Des, there, but actually that was 700,000 in the middle there for just a little min raise pulled by a couple of players. You know.
Yeah.
When you think that the average stack at the moment is 3.3 million, and that was, say that was 700,000 in the middle there, without really fireworks, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, we're at that stage of the tournament, aren't we?
Well, we're bang on where we should be, because the average stack is 3.3 million. We're playing blinds to 50,000, 100,000. We're playing 33 bigs. We started the day with 33 bigs, so it is playing fairly consistent how we expected.
Decent amount of play.
Yeah, this one's folded round to actually a raise from Jake again to 210,000. This time, Steve Frew says, "I'm going to make it 575 if you want to play." Jake shows an ace, and Steve Frew couldn't see it. Rather ace king or ace queen he showed. So hey, running a little bit hot at the moment. Steve Frew adding to, and really nicely adding to his stack. I reckon he's probably got those. Let's see. Maybe 4.2, 4.3 million now.
Good shape.
I'm going to guess, though, with an average stack of 3.3, we reckon Backtash was our chip leader going on this table. There's got to be a couple of stacks on the other two tables that are heading up sort of the 8 million, something like that. You'd expect somebody to have sort of a double and a bit the average stack at this point in the tournament.
Do you want to take a look out there, Lee?
Well, players have only got players on break in 7 more minutes, so we'll let this run through. But I imagine on the two outer tables we're not too far off it. Once we break one more table, we hopefully will have the kind of this feature table, and then the table right behind you, Des, will be the secondary table. We'll make sure that's set up. We'll be able to actually then follow all in and calls on both of them as we play down to a final table of 9 tonight. That's the plan, folks.
Yeah. I think we might consider switching this one out, Lee, at the break. I think maybe table 37 with Dave Potter, Corey Gill, Dave Amos, Simao Gomez, Simon Booth, Elliot Crowder, and Ricky Fawcett. Maybe we'll give them a shot on the main table.
Let it fit it in 5 minutes. So, Backtash is all in here. Decision on Neil. Sorry, Neil is all in, should I say, decision on back touch. Other way around, my apologies. And he's going to fold those in the end. Used up one of his time banks. And Neil's, because it wasn't a huge amount of chips committed there, 3 in the initial point, but actually Neil made the shove and decision on backdash. It's kind of getting to that point where it's players are getting a little bit more aggressive with the moves that they're making, picking their spots, and then just foot to the floor, so to speak. We've got backdash with a little limp again, and it's Neil in the small blind this time, Jake in the big. And Neil makes up the small blind option for Jake in the big. He's going to check. So the 3 players are going to see a flop here, which is a 3-8 ace with a couple of diamonds on board. 4 diamonds, 8 of diamonds. It's the ace of spades. Check from the 2 blind. And there's a check from backdash, the original that limp there. 4 of spades is the turn card. So that's 2 spades, 2 clubs, let's say, on the board now. Check again from Neil. And this time, Jake bets 130,000. Backdash makes the call. Neil just kind of leans back in his chair there a minute. It's not straightforward. I've missed that ball completely on out of here. He does eventually fold. So the 2 players remaining will see a river card, which is going to be the 4 of diamonds. That's 3, 8, ace, 4, 4 now. No flushes out there. And it's gone check. Ace 9 for Jake. And that's going to be good enough. Backdash folds, and Jake scoops that nice little pot. Nicely played. It's just very, very steady there. Didn't want to get too heavily involved. And just picks up a nice little pot. Again, Jake carrying on this little bit of momentum as he's been sat at this feature table.
I was just looking at one of the outer tables for a minute there, Lee, and big hand for Dave Potter in with Queen 8, all in, called by his opponent with Ace King, a Queen and an 8 on the flop, enough to double up Dave Potter.
Dave obviously played a pat back in early seasons, and great to see him. Great to see him back playing live with us again. It's really nice to see him.
Absolutely.
So we've got about 2 minutes left of this level. There's level 25. Players will then be on a 15-minute break, and we will do likewise. Hop the stream on mute for 15 minutes.
Absolutely. And when we
down to 21.
When we return, Lee, we're going to return with table 37. So that will be with Dave Potter, Corey Gill, Dave Amos, Samel Gomez, Simon Booth, Elliot Crowder, and Ricky Fawcett. So they will be the players on the feature table when we come back in 15, 16 odd minutes.
James has decided that might be enough for this level. He's not going to cry after the football result. Yeah.
Sorry, was there football on, Lee?
Apparently so. Apparently
I
so.
tell you what, Lee, I really didn't see very much of that at all, but I did have a quick look at the stats, and Newcastle seemed to be well on top, so it was a
I
hit
think
and
we
run
can safely say.
victory.
I think we can safely say your team and my team this weekend have very much got out of jail, but you'll take the points, won't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think we need to get one more hand in before players got a break. There's about 30 seconds left, so this will be the last hand of the level before players take a 15-minute break.
Here we go.
And it will be Steve Tice in the small blind, Steve Frew in the big blind. Backcash to act first. And he's going to fold, as does Gary. Round we go to Neil. Neil folds. Round to Jake in seat 1. He's out the way, so we're players going to be on the break. James's button. Makes it 210,000. Mr. Blinds to get through. Steve Tice folds. And Steve Frew, I think, may well be making. Yeah, we are going to see the last flop of this level.
That's interesting. Okay. Excuse
So it's,
the graphic.
It's 465. And check from Steve, effective 150,000 from James. And Steve makes it 475,000. Action back on James, left-hand side of your screen. Next to the call. Look at the turn card here, Des.
Yeah.
And it is the 8 of clubs. Put the second club on the board. No idea who's laughing in my ear, but anyway. Steve's going to count out some more chips here. Looks like 560,000. 560 is the bet was. James very quickly makes the call there.
Interesting.
So we're going to see a river. This last hand of the turn. The players haven't left. They're all watching this. Ace of clubs is on the river. Check from Steve. James just bets 1.2 million worth of chips in the middle. Decision is back on Steve, right hand side of the screen here. He folds in the end, and James Martin takes that, shows an ace.
Got there in the end, Lee.
Very much got in the end, gets to stack all those chips up. Big pot, that one. Very
Fantastic.
big pot. That's the last one of the level. We're already 3 minutes into the break, so players got another 12 minutes back. We're going to take a break, 12 minutes. We will see you guys back here live from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham in about 12 minutes' time.
Welcome back, guys. Players have just returned from break, and we are set to go on in this main event. We have a new feature table for you. We'll very quickly talk you through who we have on there. On the right of your picture, wearing the glasses, Dave Potter in seat 1. In seat 2, with his back to us, is Corey Gill. Seat 3, purple top, is Dave Amos. Seat 4 is Samuel Gomez from Portugal. He was the runner-up in this event last year. In seat 8, at the end of the table there with the hat, is Elliot Crowder. He qualified here through Dusk Till Dawn to get into this tournament. And we have Ricky Fawcett in seat 9. So those players are going to be our feature table, but we also have a camera on an outside table. These are the players who were previously on the feature table, so we'll be able to keep an eye on things out there as well, Leigh. Okay, here we go. Corey Gill. Audio check, Leigh. Testing, testing, testing. Yeah, but I can.
So Dave Amos picks that one up.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
So 20 players remaining there. Did we lose one just like on the break there, do you think? Because I'm sure it was 21.
Let's have a look. Yeah, Leigh, table 37, Simon Booth exited, so we are indeed at 20.
So we've folded all the way around to the blinds here, and Dave Amos has raised it up to 260,000. Simo re-raises, Dave shoves as well, so they're all in. It's ace-8 for Dave Amos, and it's ace-10 for Simo. $339 is the flop. Ace on the turn. There's going to be serious chopping options here. And then 8.
Wow.
On the river.
Wow.
And I think Dave Amos has got Simo covered, and the Portuguese player that finished second in this event last year is going to exit in 20th place in a pretty brutal way. But hey, nothing wrong with the play pre there, getting it all in blind on blind. And Dave Amos stacks up some chips.
No, I'll take that, Leigh. He will take that.
We'll get a count on Dave stack in a minute, but it's going to be huge. It is going to be a huge stack now with 19 players remaining. What a hand, Des.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The ace on the end, an absolute killer.
Dave, of
So,
course.
so there were so many hands, there's so many cards that could have hit, which
Yeah.
would have just chopped it up. Yeah,
Absolutely right. Yeah.
You know, and obviously there's hands there where Samad would have got a complete double up, really. So it's pretty brutal on the river there. But
Yes, sir. It's the scene on the outside rail.
so Dave Potter is all in. Got through just the big blind, which folds, which is had Jack 2, which is Elliot Crowder, who got through day 1A here at Dusk Till Dawn last Sunday. And no sooner had Neil left this feature table saying, "Get me away from the camera," is he back? He was sat in seat 9 earlier on, for those that were watching, and he's going to rejoin in seat 4. Probably got a whole hand or two in one of the other tables.
That looks to be a far more comfortable seat for Neil, I have to say.
Yeah.
We still have 5 left in the shootout, Lee, elsewhere.
Yeah, so Corey and Ricky seeing a flop here, ace 5 queen, and Corey pops a little bet out. Ricky very quickly folds.
Lee in the PLO8, 27 left, among them Rich Baker, Simon Brooke, Ventili, Alan Ellis, Dominic French, Anthony Giattini, Tony G, Dylan Herbert, Dave Howard, Bash Mahmood still in, GMAC, Matt Metcalf, Richie O, Rich Offless, Matt Parker, Ryan Pearson, Michael Perry still in, Shane Pollington still in, John Sadler, Gregors, Stanisowski, Harish Thacker, Ray Thomas, Chris Webber still in, James Yeatman, and Alexander Kamendolov. Quite a few well-known A-patters amongst that merry lot.
So Dave Amos raises it up to 260,000 here. Neil folds, as does Corey and Ricky. So we're around to Dave Potter on the big blind here. And he's going to fold. And Dave Amos adds to his stack. So we're nearly there at a point where Dave's got his chips stacked up, Des, and I can actually work out how many he's got. We're nearly there. So.
He's been working on that for about 4 minutes now, Lee.
Yeah, so he's got
Yeah, go on.
he's got about 9.2 million.
Jeez. 60, what is it, 69 million in play?
Yeah, 69.6 million chips in play. Yeah.
Big stack poker. Meanwhile,
Yeah, so Dave Potter bets out here on a board of Deuce 7-3, and he makes it about 250,000 and gets that one through. So blinds are 60,000, 120,000, with obviously a big blind ante still at 120,000. So it's Neil first to act. Raised from Elliot up to 260,000. Actually, it's actually Neil that's made the raise under the gun, and actually Elliot's made the call. So it's folded all the way around then just for Dave Amos in the big blind. He re-raised it to 640,000. Decision back on Neil. He's fairly stacked up himself here, Des. That's not. Neil folds. Decision on Elliot. Elliot says I'm all in. Dave says I call.
Wow.
Elliot has got pocket queens. It's ace jack for Dave Amos. It's the queens that are going to be at risk here. Ace 7-4. No spades for either of them. Queen on the turn.
Wow.
And a 5 on the river. And it's going to be a
Yikes.
double up for Elliot. A head free behind post flop and gets there on the turn.
Yowza.
So that was about 2.8 million was the shove from Elliot, I think. Dave Amos shows pocket kings there. Gets that one through.
That's interesting, Lee. We seem to have lost the clock behind you. Blackout.
So Elliot and Ricky going to see a flop here, which is 659. And Ricky bets out 260,000 after Elliot checks it to him, and Elliot makes the call. So we'll see the 10 on the turn. Check again from Elliot, and Ricky bets this time 600,000. And Elliot makes the call. So we're just taking a pause.
We've just lost Bakhtash Parza, Lee.
So we're just going to take I think we're just taking a pause for a second while they break this table down to. So we're down to 2 tables. Oh no, I don't know. So players just paused here for a moment. So we're down to 18 players, and they're just we're just organising breaking down to 2 tables here.
Okay, dealers, your blinds are continuing at 60k, 120k. Shuffle up and deal, please.
And then there was 18. Rightly, we've obviously had some players added to the table. Let's tell you who they are. So Dave Potter we've met in seat 1, Corey Gills in 2, David Amos in 3, we've seen Neil Wyatt in 4. Now, seat 5, Matthew Newman, seat 6, Terence Newton, seat 7 is Lewis Mitchell, seat 8, Elliot Crowder of course, and Ricky Fawcett in 9. So that is our feature table. Leigh, I'll just send that across to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Des.
Good stuff.
So back to a full nine-handed table, down to 18. That means pay-wise now, Des, ever guys, they've broken the £1,000 barrier now. They're all guaranteed 1,100 for an 18th place finished.
Fantastic.
And we'll now creep up from 1,100 up to 2,000 by the time we get to 9th. So a little jumps every sort of 3 players or so now, right up to 9th.
So this is our feature table, and of course outside the rail, as it were, in seat 1 we've got Jake Marsden, seat 2 Ben Shannon, seat 3 James Martin, Stephen Tyus in seat 4, Steve Frew in seat 5, Luke Abbott in 6, Christopher Ralston in 7, Gary Spinks in 8, and Tris Chaplin, well-known A-patcher with his back to us, seat 9. Those are your final 18. We've seen a flop here. 9, 10,
Yeah,
8.
and it's Elliot and Elliot, Dave Potter, and Neil in the can. Neil raised under a gun +1, and Elliot called. And Dave Potter called out with the small blind, but they've checked it all the way around us, so we're going to see a turn card.
5 of hearts.
And Dave Potter shoves. And he's going to get that through, I think he is, which is a nice pot for Dave.
Oh, that's huge. At this time. Very nice indeed.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say there's probably around 800k in that pot, maybe a bit more than that.
That's invaluable right now.
Blinds are at 60,000, 120,000. And we're about halfway through that level, which is level 26.
So quite an achievement for Tris Chaplin, Lee. He sat out there on the outside rail table. Of course, a winner of this event back in 2013. And here he is going deep again. I think it would be seen as a tremendous result in the community if Tris met the final table and went super deep again. Very popular. A little bit of an update from the shootout. We are down to 4 now. Gavin Johnson is out, and the final 4 in that tourney: Dave Garden, Naz Mohammed, Dean Pearson, Scott Wayne, all medal winners. Dave Garden, a former WCOAP main event champion, also.
So Lewis made it 260,000. Folds all the way around to Dave Amos on the big blind. He's made the call, so we're going to see a flop. So the flop is King, Queen, Six. And Dave's checked and Lewis bets out 250,000. And Dave folds, and Lewis takes that little pot down there. So on we go. Dave Amos in the small blind this time. Neil in the big blind. Neil raises it up, makes it 325,000. Folding all the way around to the blind. Just Neil in the big blind. And he nicely hands those chips across. And Matthew scoots at those. Neil small blind this time, Matthew the big blind, and folded all the way round to Dave Potter, who I think is going to reach for some chips here. Just counting out, it doesn't do that, but it might be about 260,000. And yeah, by the time he's even got those chips in the middle, everybody else has folded, and on we go again.
Just in the PLO8, Lee, Gordon MacArthur now out, Ray Thomas out. Unfortunately, Richie Offless out as well. Michael Eustace gone. That is moving quickly now.
So we've got a raise from Ricky here, making it 260,000 under the gun at +1. Folding all the way around at the moment. Just the blinds. And Matthew makes up the small blind, and I think Terry is going to make up the big. So we're going to be 3 players to a flop here, Des. So Matthew, Terry, and Ricky in that order of action. And the board is 4-6-7 with a couple of clubs on it. It's gone checking all the way around. We'll see the Jack of Spades on the turn.
Nice.
Check for Matthew, get to 250 by Terry, and that's going to be enough to do that. And Terry nicely adds to his stack. So on we go. Terry in the small blind this time. Lewis in the big blind. And Elliot folds, as does Ricky, as does Dave. So Corey up the way, Dave Amoff up the way around. And Neil, he folds as well. Up with Matthew. Just the blinds to go then, Des. This is
It's all very smooth.
It's got very, very passive here, isn't it?
It has. It has. It just crying out for somebody to start bossing the table, a little like James Marsden had been doing previously.
Yeah, so Terry's made up the small blind, and okay, here we go. Lewis is going to say, well, yeah, if you want to see a flop, I'm going to raise up my big blind.
There we
so
go.
He makes it 360,000, and Terry folds. About 9 minutes left of this level, and then blinds will be up again. So Corey is all in. And Dave Amoff is folded. Neil's having a look at the stack, and it's about 1.7, 1.8 million. And he's going to get that one through, Des. Yeah.
So remember, guys, you can qualify to play with APAT at any of our tour stops through GG Poker, our official partner. Deposit £10, get 60 free play. Full details and terms and conditions at apat.com/GG Poker.
So we've just lost Dave Garden in the shootout, Des, which means we are on the medals now. Final 3 players remaining. As soon as this next hand goes, I'm going to quickly, because it's just around the corner from where we are here on the feature table, I'm going to go and give you a quick look at the final 3 in that.
That's fantastic. They're all pretty familiar to us, Leigh, but sorry to see Dave Garden go out. Great record with APAT, but 3 outstanding players have been left.
First of all, we're going to watch a little raise here from Matthew, which has been called by Ricky Fawcett in the big blind. Ricky checks the board of 9-9 king, and Matthew sets that a bet at 425,000. Ricky says I'm all in, and Matthew lets it go, gives a little reply. So whilst they're just resetting that one, let me quickly show you the shootout. Final 3. Here they are.
There we go. So it's our good friend Naz from Scotland. Shootout medalist. And we've got Scott Wayne, who took a silver medal a couple of nights ago. And would you believe it, Dean Pearson making a bit of a comeback with APAT, although Dean does play reasonably regularly with us. A long-term APATer, of course. There's the bracelet, gold, silver and bronze medals. Everybody's a winner, baby.
There we go then.
Steady.
7:30, Leigh. Are you all right? How are you holding up?
Really well.
Smashing, he's smashing. Oh, hello.
Really
Here comes,
well.
here comes the light.
Hang on. So Dave Amos scoops a few chips there, and on we go. So folks, we're down to 18 here, 2 tables of 9. We're going to play down to 9 tonight. And that will be our final table that then will return tomorrow at 2 p.m. And we will be streaming that final table for you live as the action happens. For those of you who might be tuning in now, haven't watched an APAT live stream before, wonder what goes on. We don't mess about with whole cards or anything like that. We are showing you the action live as it happens here at Dusk Till Dawn. What you're watching is pretty much exactly what's happening here. So you're seeing what the players are seeing. We're calling all of the action right next to the table. So if we go a little bit quiet at the time, it's just because there's a hand playing out. And we don't want to say anything that's going to affect any of the potential action or the thought processes of the players.
That's right.
Not that they'd want to listen to Des or myself anyway when it comes to poker.
We're not gurus.
These are the guys that are the final 18 of this year's World Championship of Amateur Poker main event. They're the cream of the crop, Des. Top of the pile. And normally I tag on apart from somebody, but actually I can't really say that about this.
Well,
18,
the Tiger,
honest,
Leigh, I think,
yeah.
I don't know about you, but I'm personally missing the Tiger. He was doing some great work earlier on today, but he had a misfortunate incident.
So we've got a flop of 2-4-3 here that's been checked by Matthew and by Elliot. So they're going to see another 4 on the turn. I don't think that's going to excite either of them necessarily. It's gone check again. And we're going to see a 6 on the river. And I think they might be checking this all the way down. Yeah, they do. And it could be that they both got ace high here. What's the other kicker in there? The king for Elliot and a queen for Matthew. So the king is going to play, and he will scoop that.
Thank you very much. Hard to believe, Leigh, the last tournament of the night hasn't even started yet. It just never ends. It just...
What is the last tournament of the night?
Well,
the final flight of players will be entering into aviation, of course. It's a game for men and women who need a new challenge in their life.
Do we know what sort of numbers that's going to get?
Well, I can tell you where it is right now. I mean, we're 25 minutes away from the start point, so it will grow. But it's already got 37 in there. Sunday night. Don't know where they are. I don't know where they are, Lee. They're out there somewhere.
Watch the wire.
That's good. That's good. That's get.
So all in the call, ace-5 versus ace-queen.
Here we go.
And it's the ace-5 at risk here. Here we go. It's 6, deuce, 7. Potential backdoor outs here for the ace-5. Let's see what the turn brings. Definitely a few more outs there now. Let's see the river. And 6 on the river, and we're going to see Corey depart in 18th place of the hands of Dave Amos.
Unlucky, Corey.
Unlucky to him.
Good game. Is that the same gimbal, Lee? Or is that the other gimbal? Wow.
So Dave Amos adds to his stack, busts out Corey in 18th there, so we're down to 17th. And this will just creep along here. We have got a couple of shorter stacks on this table, but there is still plenty of play here. I reckon there's a good few hours play in this yet before we're going to get down to a final table, Des. What do you think?
Yeah, but I mean it's motoring along. Seems to be relatively quiet on the outside table.
You're up
as well.
there, guys. Yeah, they've just switched one of the other screens, so the players are getting a little bit confused as to which is their tournament clock now. They're thinking they were back on 100, 200. So on we go. So the raise up from Ricky gets through there. He picks up the blinds and antes. And talking about blinds and antes, we've just gone up a level. We're at level 27 now, so small blind is going to be 80,000, big blind is going to be 160,000 with a big blind ante of 160,000. So that is going to put 400,000 in the middle every hand that these guys play. Average stack is now 4 million.
Wow. Wow.
But that does mean, Des, we're playing at the moment about 25, 25 bigs at the moment. Am I right?
Tightening up
about
a little
25
bit.
bigs. So it does tighten right up. Yeah. So raise here from Lewis makes it 320,000, and looks like he's got that one through. So he's going to pick up 400k. So he's trouble there for one little raise. Lewis very nicely stacked here, actually. It does. As is Elliot.
Yeah, very nice.
I think Lewis is playing about 6.5. No, actually, no, those on top as well. Probably actually 7.5 million, something like that.
Yeah.
And Elliot's probably playing about 7 mil as well, something along those lines. So yeah, the two guys at that end of the table, very nicely stacked, well above the average stack at the moment. I'll do a quick Dave Amos count now in a minute whilst he's back round. I'd say Dave Amos has probably got about 8.5, maybe something, maybe a bit more than that. But he's still stacking up a few there. So, but yeah, I reckon it's probably around 8.5 million.
Good shape.
Maybe creeping up back up to 9 again. I mean, just bust Corey. Dave Potter though, quietly going about business here. He's on 2.5, 3, 4. Probably Dave's about 4.5 mil. Something along those lines, 4 mil, 4.5. 3 and a bit. Oh, actually, no, I'm double count with you. 3 and a bit, not 4 and a bit. Yeah. So Neil's over there with 2, 2.5, 3, 2, about 3.5 million. Matthew's probably got 2.5. Right, whilst this one's playing out here, I'm going to take a wander on the other table, see what stack size is looking like.
All right, Lee.
Whilst we're here,
Yeah, so
Steve Tyus is all in for 2.7 million.
that's astonishing.
He's already got. No, it's okay. The count is 2.7 million, and the chips he's in for. He's got a few chips behind, but that's pretty much most of it. And he's got ace king, and he's going to be up against 10-7 of the player in seat 6. And they're going to lose another player there, Des.
Wow, seat 6 there is Luke Abbott, Lee.
Yeah, so this is the table we were following earlier on, so we'll recognise a few of the players. B. Martin there has got, let's see what he's got there. Is that 6 million there, 7 million, 8 million, 8.5. Probably about 8 points, 8.8, something like that for Jimmy. Player over here in seat 7, another stacked up one with green chips there. That's
Chris Ralston.
Okay, that's going to be 7.5, about 7.7, 7.8 million. Give you a quick Tristan count as well. Not as many as you want, Tris, no. Oh dear. So, but Tris has got about a mil, maybe 1.5 mil, something like that at the moment. So there we go. And a player we watched on our table earlier on, Jake. Let's see.
Jake Marsden, right?
How much you got, Jake? 3.8. Good. He saves me counting. Good man.
Fantastic.
Good man. That's what
That's
I
what
like.
we like.
That's the sort of serious we want. And well, hang on because I think Tris is all in. So he's got to get round the table. He's all in under the gun. So we'll just keep an eye on this a second.
Come on, Tris.
He's just got the blinds to get through. So let's see. Gets through one, so it's just going to be Gary in the big blind.
Camera's there, Lee. It's added impetus. Not sure. Well, it's not an insta call. That's something.
Gary throws in a time bank dip and have a look. Let me see if I can get around the other side quickly and see if I can get round here. Bear with me, bear with me.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
we go. There we go. Tris all in, nothing he can do. Gary making a decision. And Gary folds, showing pocket fives.
Decent fold, I think, under the circumstances.
And Tris had pocket nines, so
Yeah.
spot on. There we go.
Very good, Leigh. So that is the outer table as Leigh comes back to the feature table.
Got an all in the call, Des, over here.
Oh, here we go.
Ace King versus pocket sevens. Matthew is all in against Ricky. Ace King for Matthew, Ace Sevens for Ricky, I think. Yeah, no one's disagreeing. So here we go. Ace on the flop.
Ricky standing.
Puts Matthew ahead, Ricky on his feet. Five of clubs, there's no clubs out there, so that's not going to affect anything. And a 9 on the river, and just going to get a count on that. I think probably, it's hard to say, there's a lot of pink chips over there, but Ricky has got a few more greens. We're just going to get it counted up now and see what the situation is. It's going to be close, I think. So yeah, Ricky has an absolute bowl of rice left after that one. He's got about 220,000, I think. And maybe one and a half bigs. What was the count? Brilliant. So the count was 2.285 million on that for Matthew. So that puts him up at now probably about 4.6.
Leigh, we've got action on the outside table, Leigh. I don't know if you can get to it.
Like Gary on his feet.
Yeah, I see Gary on his feet with his chips in.
Tristan's all in as well. Gary's all in. Their stacks are in the middle, and there's still a decision to come from Steve Frew. Steve Frew's asking for a count. We've got that now. So Gary's got his chips in the middle. Tristan has his chips in the middle, and Steve Frew has got a decision to make. It was on our feature table earlier on.
Feels like he wants to call here, Leigh. Whether he does or not, of course, in question, but...
It's going to fold.
Yeah, it's a reluctant fold, isn't it?
Gary's got ace queen and Tristan has ace king. Des.
Wow. Crikey.
Ace queen at risk here. Queen on the flop. And Gary is going to go to double up, and Tristan loses with ace king against ace queen. Pretty brutal there, really.
Wow.
One of our previous world champs has to take it on the chin. And we're just getting a count on what that means Tristan's going to have left.
That is brutal, Leigh, brutal.
So that puts Tris back at about 600k, I think, Des. Somewhere around that amount.
Yowza.
I must admit, Des, seeing some of the hands, so some of the APAC regulars, what we call regs, but not just the guys that we've known for years and years and years and played APAC through and through. I've taken some pretty sick beats on some of the tables we've watched today.
Yeah.
They really have.
Of course, that's what we remember, right? We remember those hands, as opposed to maybe some of the hands that they won throughout the tournament. But we've seen some beats today for sure.
Ricky Fawcett is all in here. So a raise to actually not a raise at all. It's just a limp from Elliot for the 160,000, and Ricky next to Act has gone all in. The blinds have got out of the way, so decision's back on Elliot. And he's going to let that one go.
Okay.
So on we'll go. So I suppose on this table, there's probably Terry and Dave Potter are probably the two shortest stacks. They're both got about 1.5 million, so they're roughly down about maybe 10, 12 bigs, so maybe a bit more than that. So they're both about 10, 12 bigs. Obviously, Tristan is down on about 4 bigs on the other table. So we have got some short stacks here. We're down to 16 in the moment, playing down to 9, obviously. So we're not a million miles off this getting close to a final table.
No, I think you're right, Lee. We are going to lose a couple shortly. It's inevitable.
And we had predicted this would be about 9 o'clock. That was that was where we thought we'd be, and I don't think we're going to be a million miles off of that.
Agree.
I'm trying to keep an eye on the other table to see if Tris does make the move.
Nothing yet, Lee.
It's gonna happen at some point, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that.
One more bust down. We have got a little pay jump again from 1,100 up to 1,300, Des. So are we going to get this finished in time for you and me to jump into the aviation? Is that the plan, yeah?
Yeah, we'll have to fly through this, Lee.
Well, on a wing and a prayer, Des, on a wing and a prayer, we'll get there. Is there any way you can propel the situation, or is that not possible?
I like what you're doing there, Captain. Buckle in.
I'll see you there then.
Catch me if you can. With Duffy with the 10-pointer.
Oh, you left me no option but to just parachute in.
Oh.
So the flop here is Ace, Deuce, King, and it's Lewis firing out after a check from Neil. 305,000 is the bet, and Neil folds. And
Wow.
Lewis will scoop that one just a little pot, but they're all at this point. All the pots here are worth winning.
Yeah, listen, Lee, Tris is on his phone as we speak. He's with us. He said, "Oh man, the original Razor said he folded ace queen there, so there weren't a lot of queens left in the deck to hit." He said, "I've got
That's
4
even
big
worse,
blinds to
isn't
spin."
it? Yeah.
Yep. So the Londoner is down to a bowl. He'll need a touch of luck here, I feel.
Let me head over there and see whereabouts he is on the.
Oh, no, he's folding.
So he's going to have about 3 hands to go until he's in the big line.
Let's stay down there, Lee. Let's see this out.
There's a hand on the go at the moment. The board is 8, deuce, jack 8 between the 2 Steves. The bet from through is eventually folded by Tice, and on we go, Des.
On we go.
So Ricky is all in here, under the gun +1. Next to act is Dave Potter, and he's not folded yet. And now does. Dave Amos folds. Neil is out of the way, as is Matthew. Now we go to Terry, that is in the small blind. He folds. Lewis is in the big blind, and he's going to fold. And Ricky gets another one through.
All count.
Yeah, they certainly do, Des. At the moment, it's 400,000 in the middle. Every single hand.
Meanwhile, Tris sits patiently down on our outside table. Chip's not in yet. At that moment, can't be too far away.
sure it's up displaying. On the middle tip, take a look, take a seat, and get started. 2 minutes.
Tris checks his cards on table outside. And he lets them go. We'll go back into the feature table. Just with Tom Brady. He's just stopped by. Come on, sit with us for a minute, Tom. He's got to go to the heads up. Okay, he's heads up on the in the shootout.
Switch to me, Des. Quick switch to me.
There we go. There he is. APAT's Tom Brady. APAT's own GOAT. He's not gone to the heads up at all, Lee. He's just joshing me. And meanwhile, outside, Tristan continues to sit patiently.
So, little raise from Lewis on the button here has been called by Elliot in the small blind. Ricky Fawcett has jammed again in the big blind. Lewis has asked for a count this time, so that's being done. It's roughly about 1.4 million, I think, roughly.
Taking his time here, Lee.
Lewis eventually holds, but Elliot's got that decision. He's going to flick a chip in here, Elliot. I think he does. He does flick a chip in.
There we go.
It's ace queen for Ricky. It's pocket nines for Elliot. It's the ace queen that's going to be at risk here.
It's got a hit.
Here we go then. 3-6 jack with a couple of hearts. 6 on the 10, only going to be an ace or a queen on the river. It's not going to be. We're going to lose Ricky Fawcett in 16th place.
Unlucky, Ricky. Good effort. Good effort indeed.
So we are down to 15 players now.
Thanks, Lee. And still, Tristan is there. He has not disappeared. One might suggest it even looks like he's got some chips in front of him, some more.
Whatever, he's just made another 200 because that's a pay jump. So we're now up to 1,300. So Tristan sat short stacked. Yeah. But his big blind is going to be coming around. If it isn't already now, it might be the next one. So I think he's in the big blind this hand, Des, so I will wander down in case this is the one.
This might be the one, Leigh.
Because the reality of it is he's had to put in obviously the big blind ante and his big blind here. So really, ultimately, if he lets this go, yeah, he's going to be down on 2.5 bigs or whatever. Well, yeah, so I think pretty much whenever he's got this hand, he's probably going to go in and take his chance. Yeah.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
Well, we folded round so far, and we're round to Steve Tyler. Oh, well, actually, no, we're round to Jimmy Martin first. And Jimmy makes it 350,000. What really wants is Tristan wants some of the jam out of the pot now, which means he can get a probably quadruple up or something like that. At the moment, though, it's his big blind and big blind actions in here as well. Gary is all in. Tristan is all in.
Here we go.
Jimmy, I'm going to assume he's got to get out of the way here, and he does.
Showtime.
So it's ace jack for Gary. It's king queen for Tris. He's
Wow.
very much live. Very much live. Here we go then. Tris hits the queen on the flop. 10 on the river though for Gary for straight, and we'll lose our one of our previous world champions in 15th place. Very well played to Tris. Nothing he could do there, and nice cash again for Tris. Super deep run in this event. Very well done, and we are.
You'd have no luck at all, Leigh.
No, and we are down to 14, guys.
Wow, I feel for Tris there. No faults on Gary, just got his chips in. Absolutely no issues with that. Just
hit the flop, hit what he wanted flop wise, and then that cruel river for the straight for Gary. Obviously, he was in behind in the first place, not a huge amount behind, so he's got his bit of luck on the flop to get ahead. Just then needs it to hold, doesn't he? Really, but not to be for Tristan. But a great run. 15th place is a superb finish for him, and he'd taken a couple of brutal beats there along the way. Meanwhile, a bit of a hand brewing here, Des. We've got Lewis and Elliott in this hand. We've got a board of 10-5-3. Six on the turn. He's probably about 1.4, 1.5 million in the middle here, Dad.
Chunky.
It's on check. So we're going to see an 8 of clubs on the river. Check from Lewis. Elliott bets out $500,000. Just going to watch his hand plays, and all in the call on the other table there, so I don't really be able to see whether you can easily see what's going on. I'll keep an eye on this one first of all. Lewis throws in a tie bank for another 30 seconds of thinking time. Makes the call in the end. Elliott shows 10 jack for the pair of tens, and that's good enough, I think. Yeah, Lewis is mucking. I'm going to go over to the other table. Let me get down here, see if I can find out what's going on. I've got Des stood right next to me. Des, ace 10 versus ace 9. 10 on the flop. Not sure who the players are here. Steve Tyus, our chip leader at the start of the day, was all in for the ace 9, but he's doubled up the player in seat 2. and it's going to leave Steve with absolute fumes here. He's I say fumes. It's not quite fumes. But actually, he's got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe got
Ben
a million.
Shannon, Lee.
Yeah. So he's doubled up Ben Shannon and leaves Steve with about a million, Des. So, which in this day and age is about 6 pigs. Yeah.
Ouch.
As our average stat creeps up to the 5 million mark. Players have got 6.5 minutes until the end of this level. I assumed there was a break due at the end of this level, I'll be honest. I'm sure there is. We've played 3, haven't we? Since the last break?
I'd have thought so, Lee, but...
So on we go. The button is sat with Dave Amos, so it's Neil in the small blind, it's Matthew in the big blind, which was Terry to act first. He's folded, and as does Lewis, as does Elliot. So we're all the way around to Dave Potter, bottom right of your screen. Is it a shoving spot for Dave? No, he lets them go. Round to Dave Amos, bottom left of your screen. He's going to fold those. Is Neil giving Matthew a walk, or is he... And so Neil just makes up the small blind, and option with Matthew, he decides to check, so 2 players are going to see the flop here.
This is only the second level.
And the board is 5-10 Jack. Goes check. Then we see the 9 on the turn. And it's check again. Which brings the 8 of hearts on the river. And they both check that down as well. 8-5 is going to take it 2 pair for Neil. Pocket 4s was Matthew's hand. And on we go. We've got an all-in call over on the other table.
Let's do it. Give me the seats, Lee, and I'll give you names if you need them.
So, seat 2's all in. Gary is all in.
That's Ben Shannon.
Yeah, so Gary's first to go all in. And Ben's raises pocket aces for seat 2, which was Ben, was it?
Yeah, that's right.
And Gary has got pocket kings.
Oh my God.
So it's aces versus kings.
Aces and kings.
3 7s on the flop.
Needs a king.
Deuce, king and only a king. Not going to be. And
Wow.
I think it's Gary doubling Ben up, I think.
Well, that's 2 doubles for Ben in short order, Lee.
taking his chips back, and dealer says, "Well, do you want to double up or not? I need to count them." So aces versus kings. 13
Wowzers.
players out. Hey,
What a hand.
It's rigged, Lee, I tell you, rigged.
so meanwhile, I'm watching Dave Potter scoop up some chips here. So it looks like he shoved all in. Didn't see a flop, so I'm assuming it was all pre. So it may have been a little bit of action free, but players have got about 1 minute 30 left of this level. So, Elliot folds, and next to act Dave Potter says, "I'm all in." He's got through everything, just the big blind to go. It's Lewis to come.
Oh, he's looking for a count, Lee.
Yeah, he says no, it's okay. So he was asking for a count, and obviously Lewis was in. Sorry, Dave was in last hand, so they roughly knew what it was. So to be honest, Lewis just went, okay, I roughly know. Yeah, just needed to have a think about it, but no, not going to commit for that. So levels up then. We're just playing on. Okay. New blind level in 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind fancy.
Not too much change from that type of blind, Lee.
No.
In the nicest way possible.
Team number 1, James Yankman. James Yankman, team number 1. Rita, team number 1, Rita.
Well,
So fair play to Dave Potter. He's was one of the shortest stacks at this table.
Very patiently,
And
isn't he?
yeah, seen a couple of spots, and so just added a little bit to his stack, so give himself a little bit more breathing space. So, all in the call on the other table.
Let's get down there.
So Jake's raised it up, and Steve Tice is all in. Decision on Steve through, and he's called it off, which means it's decision back on Jake again. So actually, there's one more player still to make a decision here. So actually, it wasn't much of a raise for Steve Tice's all-in shove. Des wasn't much of more of a raise.
Yeah, and Chris Ralston is considering here, Lee.
Yeah. Yeah, so the original raise was for 420,000.
And Chris lets it go.
Steve is shoved, and so does Jake. So it's going to be the two of them. Pocket kings for Steve through. It's ace king for Steve Tyres. Our chip leader coming in today, one is at risk, needs to hit an ace. And not going to be, and we're going to lose Steve Tyres in 14th place. Started today with 3.75 million. The huge chip leader, and has managed to see it all the way through the 14th place, which is a great performance from him.
Yeah, he's
had a
done
great
well.
run online, and Steve departs. Gone to be pleased with his efforts today. Don't think it really went from that much on the feature table earlier on, Des, but
I
did
thought
very
so,
well,
Lee.
ducking and diving. Yeah.
You know, in some respects, it's hard to know how to play a stack like that. You know, you're such a chip leader at the start of play, but it did feel like he decided the patient approach was the way to go. So maybe didn't get the chance to take advantage of the weight of his stack early on, and of course you lose a hand or two, and suddenly you're very much back in the crowd. But not to be for Steve today, but a great run nonetheless to finish 14th out of a field of close to 700 runners.
So Simon just doing a little bit of chipping up, because there are a lot of chips on the table, so clearing a few down.
You know, Lee, I'm sat here looking at the world's largest APAT logo in the history of APAT logos, and I'm still so proud of myself. I'll send it over to you for cutting that line across the top of the letters. I think that was my big achievement at APAT over the years, the line. Happy days, happy days. And lovely to see TK here today, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Tony earlier on, had a good chat with him. Really good.
Did so much for APAT over the years, was a driving force, did a lot of good for grassroots poker, and indeed still does as a very active member of the Sky team. But we don't get to see him enough, and it's lovely to see him at Dusk Till Dawn today. He's playing some of the APAT events. Any food or drinks?
I just chuckle at the people that are keep ducking under a camera that's right next to me.
That doesn't
when
exist.
They sneak around here. That's basically pointed at sort of my back. Yeah, yeah, basically. So it's clearly not working. But yeah, Neil is all in here out of the small blinds. It's raised from Dave Amos to 450,000. Let me just check if there's any other action at the end of the table. No, there isn't, because Steve was just leaning over to have a look at that. No, so Dave Amos has raised it to 450,000, and Neil shoved. And it's about 2.5 million, Des.
Okay.
So Dave Amos has made it 450,000. It's 2.5 million. He throws in a time bank. I get the feeling he really wants to call.
Well, he's having a look, Lee, isn't he?
Dave massively stacked chip leader on this table.
Yeah, that's a
and
go.
He lets it go. I mean, he has doubled up. He cost me about 2.5, 2.6 million earlier on.
Yeah.
With doubling a player. So, decided no, doesn't want to do it this time. I mean, he certainly has got enough of a stack to be on this final table without really having to do a huge amount. But of course, you've got opportunities and you don't want to turn those down, do you?
Quite right. Carl Pilgrim out there, lovely to see you, Carl. Good evening to you.
So Simon just told me that Gary Spinks doubled up on the other table, Des.
Very good. We do have a result also, Lee, from the shootout. Naz Mohammed, right? Naz, Scottish Naz, finished third, bronze medalist. Scott Wayne finished second, silver medalist. The bracelet and gold medal goes to Dean Pearson.
Awesome.
What a great result.
Awesome.
Lovely guy, Dean Pearson. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the PLO8, Lee, we're down to 15. So let me tell you who they are. Rich Baker, Chris Cooper, Tony G, Dylan Herbert, Michael Holmes, David Howard, Matthew Hubie, Zong Liao, Matthew Metcalf, Ryan Pearson, Michael Perry going for 2 in a row, Shane Pollington, John Sadler, Greg Stanzowski, Harish Thacker, Bash Mahmood. And in fact, that's it. So quite a few names in there that we'll recognise as well.
I was just looking, I can see Naz already sat in the aviation, Des.
Is he really? Wow. He's just jumped from one to another. 26 left in the win the button lead. Let's have a look, see if we can see any community players among them. Dave Green. That couldn't be the Dave Green. I don't think I've seen the Dave Green here. See, Krish has jumped from this event into that. Andreas Cappart is in there. Dave Kingswell is in there. Gary Littman, Kev O'Hanlon, Martin Sheehan, who we saw here earlier, the Tiger. Thomas Thorpe,
Dave Potter all in.
Okay, let's get to that.
But he's going to get it through, I think. And he does.
Quite a few A-padders there as well. The round of each has got
99 runners, Lee.
99. Aviation
Started with 63.
and still they come. Tomorrow, the Mix Max Lee. 1 p.m. kickoff, £60 buy and a freeze out. Great little event. We'll have the final table of the main event at 2. We will also have a 2 do 7 triple draw at 2 p.m. and a PLO 456 at 4 p.m. and the tag team event, ever popular, 5 p.m. So plenty in offer here just till dawn tomorrow if you want to come and play the WCOAP. And meanwhile, Matthew Newman, the top bluffer.
Are we seeing an exit on the outside table, Lee? Oh no, maybe he's just gone to the loo. I think he's got chips there at his place.
So we've got 26 minutes left of this level 28 blinds, or 100,000, 200,000 with a big blind ante of 200,000. The dance is 13. So 7 of them on this feature table, 6 on the outer table. Raise from Matthew here. And Lewis has thrown in a time bank. 3 here. I think he's going to re-raise, and he has. And he's made it 1,050,000. Dave Potter has just asked how much is it. So back to Matthew, original raiser. He made it 475,000. He's going to get that through. Here's Lewis, and on we'll go.
Apparently, Matthew Newman is a dangerous man, Lee. We've got to watch out for him.
Well, he's quite happy on his phone there on the table at the moment.
Quite right, doing well, nice and calm.
Yeah.
No drama.
Yeah, it really has tightened up, hasn't it, over the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. And you'd understand it. I mean, the money's getting serious now, and it really does, become worthwhile on the final table in particular. $2,000 min.
Yeah, but the average stack though is about 26 bigs. So, but obviously, as you get less and less players, you have less and less that are really short, because they're all just more in that mid range.
Yeah.
And that's the way it works. So.
We're missing our Jamie Gold as well. I'm all in. That's 2 tables.
So Neil takes a little walk there. that hand, which just kind of sums up where I think we're at a little bit. It's just it'll just need to a little bit of fireworks to get things going.
Yeah.
We had it on the other table, aces versus kings, but it wasn't an exit. It was a double three, and then Gary Spinks managed to double back up himself. So, but he's not afraid to get his chips in the middle. We saw that earlier on in the feature table.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
And to be fair, he's running some cards. We watched him show jacks and queens on the feature table, and then he obviously got kings down there. Okay, run them to aces, but still, he's certainly been hitting some cards.
Yeah. There's Gary with his back to us. White hoodie on the outside table.
Little raise from Dave Amos on the button there. Gets that one through.
Steve Rhodes has a question. Leigh, is it sunny in Nottingham? I'm not sure we'd know. I don't think we've seen the outside of this building for a few days.
It's dark, I think. That's about as much as I know.
It was a little bit grey today, I thought, but generally it's been fine.
I only know first thing in the morning what it's like. After that, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. The days are very short during the WCOAP.
So Lewis raises this one up to 410,000. Everybody seems to love this two and a bit
2.2 is
these days. It's it's the in thing. It's what the kids are all doing, Dave. And Matthew makes the call out the small blind. Terry folds the big blind. So two players are going to see a flop here. It doesn't feel like we've seen a flop here for a little while on this table. But we're going to see one here. And it's ace 3-4 all diamond. So action on Matthew first. He checks. And Lewis bets up 350,000. Wins the fold.
As you were.
And on we go. So raise from Elliott here to 450,000. Decision on Dave Potter next to act. I don't know if Dave's capable of getting those chips in the middle.
Let's go.
Think says no. Dave Amos gets out of the way. Round we go to Neil. Neil folds, Matthew folds, Terry folds. I don't think I've seen Terry play a hand on this line on his feature table since he sat down, Des.
Yeah.
No, and Elliott gets that one through. On we go. Yeah, I mean, he might have won one or played in one or two, but hardly anything. Properly just kept out of the way of it all. So raise from Dave Amos to 450 this time. Neil, Matthew and Terry all got out of the way. Just the blinds to get through. Lewis in the small blind, Elliot in the big blind. Lewis throws another time banking free. Second time he's done that today in the past. And it's just giving him enough time to decide, I think, what his bet his raise is going to be. Because I think he's going to fire back. He is. And it's 1.1 million is the raise out of the small blind from Lewis. Elliot gets out of the way.
Dave's interested.
Dave's counting out green chips. And he's repopped it. Let's see what it's going to be, I think. He's made it 1.95 million. Yeah, he's good. They're just discussing the bet, the size of the bet, but it's good.
Well, we haven't seen too much of this today. The floor called over.
No, but it'll be done. They're just going to confirm it, and it's
Yeah. All good.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Not even quite sure why Simon needed to get called for that, but he did and came over and confirmed whatever he knew was perfectly correct.
You'll occasionally get dealers who are coming across certain situations.
No, I don't think it was the dealer
that
was. I don't think it was the dealer that was questioning it. It was a player. It wasn't even the hand questioned it.
Really?
Yeah, and there was nothing wrong with it at all. Yeah, so really should have no reason to get involved in that. So David had raised it up to 450,000. Lewis made it 1.1 million, and David made it 1.85 million. So he's perfectly within his range for raising. Not an issue at all. And David knew that. He's been playing this game long enough. He knows what he's doing. And meanwhile, very much adding to the Amos stack.
Let's see where we are elsewhere. Leigh, 14 now on the PLO8. Let's see who we've lost recently. Michael Perry out. Bash Mahmood out. Chris Webber out. Simon Brook out. Richard Baker moved, so Baker's still in.
So a raise from Lewis to 410,000, and out of the big blind, Dave Potter shoves. Lewis is asking for a count, shaking his head. You can see top of the screen. This is happening to me again. What am I going to do? And he's got a decent stack as Lewis, so we're just getting it counted up.
I've been impressed with Dave. He has been super calm here. Just seems to have the number on this table. Over with you, Leigh.
So the count is 2.65 million. He calls. He's going to call.
Okay.
And Lewis has King Queen of Spades. It's pocket fours for Dave. The fours are at risk here, Des. Here we go. King, queen then for Lewis. 10, 10, 8 gives other outs as well for Lewis. Another 8 counterfeits the fours. An ace would actually drop it 8 or 10. It doesn't, and actually ends up with a flush, king high flush anyway. And we're going to lose Dave Potter in 13th place. Basically lost a flip there, Des, but just in a pretty brutal way. But that's what happened.
Yeah, well played, Dave Potter. He took his shot. It was not to be, but a super performance. Getting this deep into the WCOAP main event.
Very well done to him, and Lewis. That probably puts Lewis chip lead now on this feature table.
I didn't call, and I had to get him.
Did nothing wrong. Absolutely fabulous.
So down to 12. I need 3 more players to bust, and we will be on our final table for tomorrow.
Poker pops with chips, Lee.
Yeah, very much so. So I reckon Dave Amos has got about 9.5 million. I think. 9 and a bit. 9 and some loose change. Yeah. And we'll go over and look and see what we think.
Oh, hello. There's chips being passed out on the other table. I don't think we've got an exit, though. I think it's just a top up.
Double up.
Yeah.
Simon just said double up.
Double up. Double up.
So it's a double. So Elliot here is playing now 8.3, 8.4 maybe. Lewis is not a lot. Try and work it out. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About 10 and a half.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to say Lewis is roughly about 10 and a half. I think. Yeah. 10 and some change. Yeah, so that's for sure. Terry's playing 2. Terry's got about 2 million. Matthew's got 1, 2, 2.5, 3. Matthew's playing about 3.2. And there's a hand building here raised by, it's folded around to the blinds. Dave Amos in the small, Neil in the big. And so they've got about 1 million in the middle here, Des.
Yeah.
And it's 7-8-7. Check from Dave. Goes check again. So we'll see a 3 on the turn. So 7-8-7-3. So 225,000 is the bet from Dave. Neil's going to fold that. So Neil's stack is about 2.7 million. So that's the stacks of the guys left on here with 12 remaining, 3 to go, and we will be on a final table for tomorrow.
Fantastic.
Let's go and have a quick look over on the other table. We've got 7 minutes left in this level, so. And okay, so let's have a look. So Jimmy Martin is playing about 6.5, 7, 7.3, 7.4, something like that. Keep going. He wants it higher. Yeah.
Does he understand it doesn't actually give him more?
Ben's got Can't show I can make him feel good about himself, but it's I think probably is the short stack of the remaining players looking at this. So,
He's in agreement with that, Lee.
yeah, so Steve Frew is playing 13 3 and 3.5, 4.5, four, maybe 5 mil, something like that.
Yeah.
Jake on the far side there is playing million, 2 million, 2.2. I don't know yet. Haven't learned yet. The gentleman's name
Chris.
Seat 7. So Chris, excellent. Chris has got chunks, absolute chunks. 8 million, 9 million, 10 million, 10.5, maybe 10.7, something like that. Yeah, something like that.
I'd suggest you and I are going to learn his name, I think, over the next couple hours.
I think quite possibly. And then Gary is playing about 3, 4, about 4 and a bit, 4.2, 4.3. Yeah, something like that. He's nodding at me. Good stuff.
Fantastic.
There we go. So that's where we're at with 12 players remaining. And players have got about 5 minutes left, Des, and then I am sure this time they're on a break. Because if they're not, we're going on a break.
We'll have a lie down, Lee. Don't you worry. Get some soup and a sandwich or something.
So I think Ben is super short there. I mean he's really going to be keeping up.
He's under pressure.
And it's, I guess it's Terry and Matthew on this table, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Looking at it, very much that's the case. So average stack now is 5.8 million. Lines are 100,000, 200,000. All in the call, Terry and Matthew. Matthew's got the kings and Terry has ace 5 of clubs. So they're pretty close up, but it's going to be Terry at risk with the ace 5 here. Good luck to them both. Here we go then. 9-7 jack doesn't change anything. 8 on the 10 gives potential chops. And it's not going to be, and we're going to lose Terry. He's going to finish in 12th place. Very well done to Terry. Great run in this. 696 runners in this, and Terry's going to finish 12th.
Yeah, well done, Terry.
So hangs on a second, and we'll get Simon over to sort out the man's cash. Simon. So we are down to 11. So of course that's one of the shortest stacks on this table now doubled up. And actually Ben I can no longer see at the other table. So let's go and have a look. Yeah, there is an empty seat there. So we missed, whilst that one was going on, we missed Ben. So we are now down to 10. So we're 1 off the final table. They'll need to balance these. No, actually we are 5 and 5. So that's
we're 5 and 5.
So we're 5 and 5, 1 more player, and we're going to be on the final table.
Exciting stuff.
But players are going to be on a break in about 3 minutes, so we may well be that we're going
to come back.
We're going to send them on a break and then come back for 1 more.
So assuming that will happen, guys, if you're following the stream, what we will do is we'll leave the stream up and running. There'll be a 15-minute break. We'll put a countdown on the stream. You'll be able to see it. And of course we will be back. We'll just turn off the audio. The video will run. We will be back.
So actually Ben and Terry's exits were 11th and 12th. That's the same money. So there was no issue about who was first, whatever, or anything like that. So they were the same money. So 1,600 is going to be 10th place. And then we're based on the final table, which starts at £2,000 tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I guess now the shorts stack here is on this feature table is Neil, I would think. With who sat on about He's got about 1.6 million.
Oh, he's pretty short then,
he's
with an
only-
average of
Yeah, he's only
6.9.
got he's only got 8 bigs.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be the short stack. It's not going to have long to get this done, to get these in. Just plug it in. Cool, thank you. So Matthew and Lewis checking down this board: 5, 6, Jack, 9, and now a queen with 4 clubs out there, Des. Queen Jack for Matthew, and that's going to be good enough. Lewis said club wins it. Well, it wasn't a club, but 2 pair is going to be good enough. And they might not even get another hand in here, actually, by the time this gets sorted out. So we've got 10 seconds left. We'll see.
Lee, I have a question for you before we go on break. It's from Dave Durkin. Lee, do you roam around the other side events?
Do we?
Do you? And I know the answer. You can give it, but
Of course we do.
we do plenty
Back
of
to the Dave
roaming.
video. Yeah. Dave's just got to make requests. That's all he's got to do.
Yeah,
So,
plenty of roaming. But
so,
we are
players are
about to go on a 15-minute break.
hour on a break. Let me go and check the other table is seeing that through as well. And they're just playing out of hand here, Des. We don't normally do hand to hand for the final table, no. You're 5 and 5, so it's player down here just asking whether it should be hand to hand. No, we don't really normally for a final table. They're on a break. You do a break. Yeah, you do a break. Yeah. That's the reason why they're up on their feet. You're on a break. Yeah. No.
You know, Steve Frew got involved in a hand like this when we went to the previous break, Lee, and he lost a few chips in it quietly.
And he lets that one go.
He does indeed, as he did with the last one.
And Chris, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Chris. It is Chris. Absolutely
there we go.
right.
So there we go. Right, players are on a break, guys. We're going to do the same. We're going to go on mute for what will be about another 13 minutes or so. And so we'll see you guys back here for one more exit for the day.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lee. Speak to you guys in another 13 odd.
Hi guys, and welcome back to Dusk Till Dawn. 10 left in the WCOAP main event. We've just started level 29. We have one more to go before we reach a final table, and play will end for the night. We will be back again with those final 9 players at 2 p.m. tomorrow to play for a £15,000 first prize and the APAC WCOAP bracelet. We've got 2 tables in operation. This is the feature table, and here is the outer table. 10 left. Let's see who our bubble boy will be.
That very first hand saw Neil make a shove, and 10-2 was shown from the big blind, so they weren't going to call this off,
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, I think he's made his intentions known at this point. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It was a very short moment of joy from Germany. So here we go, guys.
Well, you did say you had some German loving earlier on, I still
Oh,
built,
I
so
tell
you
you,
didn't.
I tell you, Lee. It was the world's shortest back massage from a passing German team captain. Yeah. It was nice while it lasted.
So one of the players on the other table did ask us for the break, are we not hand for hand for the, when we're down to 10?
Yeah.
And there is a pay jump, but there have been other pay jumps already in this tournament. There's a pay jump of like £400 now. Obviously, there is a final table, but they're 5 and 5. And to be fair, they're not. No one's slow playing this. They're all on shot clocks. So actually, there really isn't a reason or a need to go hand for hand on this particular situation. The kind of shot clock kind of just manages that situation off anyway.
Absolutely.
And I don't think the guys, having played 9 hours today, really probably want to be sat here playing hand for hand for the next however long. Just get on with the game, and what will be.
Let's crack on, and then we'll have a pitch invasion. I'm with you, Lee.
Sounds a good idea to me. So a raise from Lewis here to 500,000 with a blind at 125,250, and it's Neil this time in the big blind, and it's down to absolute trash, and so he folds. But one of these big stacks is going to call Neil off at some point here on this table. I don't think that's going to take too long. Other table looked a little bit. Obviously, Chris was very heavily stacked up chip-wise. The other quarter looked in a little bit more of a stronger position where they were going to see. I know they wandered up to this table just as the break was starting to have a look and see what the stacks wise were here. So they'll have seen Neil's stack, and they'll probably all be thinking, well, yeah, see if somebody can bust him, and then we'll be done for the night.
That is right. Lee, your mate Dave Durkin said he's particularly interested in the lad I spoke to you about this morning. 8 years, long time. So Lee has mentioned to me who that player was. But
hang on, Anna, I'm all heading over because I'm getting away from Simon. I think we might have. Jake is all in. Jack 8-7 on the board. And Steve Bruce made the call. It's King 4 for Jake. It's Ace 2 for, and the club has come on the turn, and we're going to be done.
Wow.
That is it. We are going to be done. Jake is going to depart in 10th place. We are done once this hand plays out over here.
We've got to play it out on this table, but we are down to 9.
And that is done. We are done for the night. We are done. So the players will be backing up. We've got lots to be to cracking on with here. Did you know this? What was the seat number of the guy that they mentioned? Tell me. I'll quickly run down there.
Listen, before you do that, Lee, do you want to gather these players so that they don't disappear for your pictures?
They've got a bag up.
Oh, okay.
They've got a bag
Good man.
up, yeah.
Oh, let me see All right, Dave. So let's find this player you were looking for.
I'm going to go and try and find Ed Reynolds, if you can tell me where.
I can. I think it was 52-7, but let me just...
52, I thought you said 52-7, yeah, so... How I'm getting through to 52-7, I don't quite know at the moment.
So, yeah, 52-7, Leigh.
Brilliant.
So,
Cool.
Lee's on his way. Let's put that camera on, because
through.
this should be fun watching Leigh make his way through some of these tight gaps.
Well, 52-7, I think, is this one. So 52-7 is going to be this chap here.
Here we go.
I'm going to assume.
It's a moment of truth. It's like blind date.
There you go. There you go. Sat next to Tom Clark, hopefully, Dave, yeah?
I have no idea, Leigh.
No?
But just ask the man. Ask the man. Or was that it? It was just a picture, was it?
Yeah, well, that's all I can do, because they're
Yep.
up to 7. So that is table 52. That is 7. That will do. Right, well, we're done for the night. We're gonna bag up some chips. We're gonna get some photos. We're gonna get some bits and pieces sorted. We'll be back for 2 o'clock for a stream from Dusk Till Dawn with this final table. So we got lots to be getting on with here, Des. So I guess that's us done for the night, for the main event.
Absolutely fabulously. Thank you very much. So, guys, we will see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. for the final few sessions of the main event. Thanks for watching.